Welcome to What If Sleep's Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog settled over Baker Street like a whispered confidence, curling around gas lamps that flickered with the uncertainty of candle flames caught in a draught. It was the sort of London evening that made stone feel soft and edges blur into suggestion rather than certainty. The air carried that particular weight of late May 1891, coal smoke mingling with the faint sweetness of rain-dampened roses from somebody's window box, the distant clatter of a hansom cab's wheels against cobblestones creating a rhythm that the city seemed to breathe by. Inside 221B, the fireplace muttered to itself, flames dancing orange and gold against the gathering darkness, casting shadows that stretched and yawned across walls papered in a pattern of faded burgundy that had witnessed more silences than conversations. Sherlock Holmes sat in his armchair, the leather creased and moulded to his particular angles from years of restless thinking. His long fingers were steepled beneath his chin, and his grey eyes, sharp as surgical steel, yet distant as fog-shrouded moorland, fixed upon something that wasn't quite there. The room smelled of pipe tobacco, old books, and that indefinable scent of a space where thinking happened at odd hours, where sleep was negotiable and answers were currency. On the table beside him, newspapers lay scattered like autumn leaves, each one marked with pencil annotations in his precise slanting hand. The Times, the Daily Telegraph, the Morning Post, a week's worth of London speaking to itself about matters great and small, about empire and scandal, about the price of coal and the latest theatrical sensation. Watson sat across from him, the doctor's solid presence a counterweight to Holmes's restless energy. The evening edition rested in Watson's lap, though his attention had drifted from the print to his friend's face, reading the familiar signs of preoccupation the way a sailor reads clouds. There was something in Holmes' stillness that suggested motion, like a bow drawn taut but not yet released. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked its patient philosophy. Time passes whether minds race or rest. And somewhere below, Mrs. Hudson's footsteps creaked across floorboards in the rhythm of domestic certainty, carrying tea that would likely grow cold before either man remembered it existed. "You've been staring at those newspapers for 3 days," Watson ventured, his voice carrying the gentle concern of someone who had learned when to speak and when silence served better. "The same pages, marked and remarked. I confess, Holmes, I see nothing in them but the usual London catalogue. Thefts, politics, the occasional murder rendered tedious by poor execution." Holmes' lips curved, barely, in something that might have been a smile if it had committed fully to the expression. "That, my dear Watson, is precisely what troubles me. The usual catalogue, as you so aptly name it. London conducts its business of vice and virtue with all the predictability of a railway timetable. And yet—" He leaned forward, fingers now drumming against his knee in a pattern that suggested calculation. "Notice this. The personal advertisements. Tuesday's edition, a notice seeking information about a mathematical theorem, specifically referencing astronomical calculations. Wednesday, an inquiry about a treatise on the dynamics of asteroids left unfinished by its author. Thursday, someone purchasing at considerable expense any notes or papers concerning binomial probability as applied to criminal patterns." Watson frowned, the expression creasing his honest face in puzzlement. "Academics seeking research materials? Hardly sinister, Holmes. The universities are full of such dry pursuits." "Indeed." Holmes rose, his movements sudden and fluid, crossing to the window where fog pressed against glass like an uninvited guest seeking entrance. "But consider the phrasing. Not requests for publication or citation, requests for original papers, unpublished work, private calculations, and each inquiry mentions, quite specifically, work that would have been in the possession of—" He paused, and the pause had weight, had texture, like cloth draped over something sharp. "A certain professor of my acquaintance." The fire popped, sending a small constellation of sparks up the chimney. Watson felt the temperature of the room shift. not in degrees but in atmosphere, the way a parlour changes when someone mentions the recently deceased. "Holmes," he said carefully, setting aside his newspaper with deliberate calm, "Moriarty is dead. We witnessed his fall. You yourself stood at Reichenbach and saw—" "I saw him fall," Holmes interrupted, his voice soft but carrying the precision of a scalpel. "I saw him vanish into mist and water. What I did not see, Watson, what nobody saw, was a body recovered. What I did not see was proof of death, merely the assumption of impossibility, which, as you know, I consider the least reliable form of evidence." He turned from the window, and his face in the firelight looked carved from something older than flesh, some quality of intensity that made the room feel smaller. 3 months ago I returned to London. 3 months of blessed quiet, of cases both stimulating and safely finite. And now, this week, someone begins seeking the scattered fragments of Moriarty's intellectual legacy. Someone who knows what to ask for. Someone who understands the significance of work that, to any ordinary observer, would appear to be abstract mathematical fancy, with no practical application. Watson stood, his military bearing asserting itself in moments of potential crisis. "You think he survived?" "I think," Holmes said, moving to the table and spreading the newspapers like cards in some elaborate game of patience, "that survival is a relative term. Whether Moriarty's body survived the fall is perhaps less relevant than whether his work survived. His networks, his carefully constructed web of criminal infrastructure, each strand vibrating with purpose, each connection calculated with the precision of, yes, Watson, of orbital mechanics and binomial probability." His finger traced from one circled advertisement to another. "These inquiries are placed through different agencies, paid for in different denominations of currency, but they share a common grammar, a particular elegance of phrasing that suggests a mind of considerable refinement." The doctor crossed to examine the papers, his eyes moving over the annotations. The advertisements were indeed innocuous to casual inspection, buried among notices for lost pets, servants seeking positions, gentlemen seeking companionship of the respectable variety. But Holmes had drawn connections between them in red pencil, creating a web of his own that suggested patterns where others would see randomness. "Even if you're right," Watson said slowly, "even if someone is gathering Moriarty's research, surely that could be one of his former associates, some lieutenant attempting to resurrect the organization." "His associates were many, but his intellectual equals were none," Holmes replied, and there was something almost melancholy in the observation, as if the loneliness of genius recognized itself across the gulf of enmity. Moriarty's network functioned because of his singular ability to calculate outcomes, to see the trajectories of human behavior as clearly as an astronomer sees planetary motion. His subordinates were instruments, not architects. They could execute his plans, but never create them. Whoever is seeking these papers understands their value, understands the mind that created them. That suggests— He stopped abruptly, head tilting in the manner of a hound catching scent. Below, the doorbell rang, its brass voice carrying up through the quiet house with the insistence of news that wouldn't wait for morning. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps, quicker now, moved across the entry hall. Voices murmured, hers patient and practised, another's urgent and muffled by distance. Then the stairs creaked under ascending weight, and a knock came at their door, brisk and businesslike. "A telegram, Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson announced, entering with her usual mixture of tolerance and concern for her eccentric tenant. She was a woman of perhaps 50 years, with the sort of face that had weathered life's ordinary storms and found itself still capable of warmth. Delivered by a special messenger, who insisted it was urgent and declined to wait for a reply. She offered the small envelope with a look that suggested she had opinions about telegrams arriving at such hours, but had long ago learned that Baker Street operated by different rules than the rest of London. Holmes took it with a nod of thanks, and Mrs. Hudson withdrew, closing the door with a softness that suggested she knew they'd be up talking until unreasonable hours, regardless of her preferences. The envelope was plain, the address written in block capitals that revealed nothing of the sender's identity, a deliberate anonymity that was itself informative. Holmes opened it with the careful attention he brought to evidence, unfolding the telegram to read the message that comprised exactly 14 words. Watson watched his friend's face, saw the subtle shifts of expression that most would miss, the slight narrowing of eyes, the tension in jaw, the way Holmes's breathing changed rhythm. "What is it?" the doctor asked, though part of him wasn't certain he wanted the answer. Holmes passed him the telegram without comment. Watson read, "Reichenbach remembers, coordinates 46.733 north, 8,1833 east. The theorem remains unsolved, unsigned." The message sat between them like a chess piece moved into position, waiting for response. Watson looked up from the paper to find Holmes already in motion, crossing to his desk where maps and reference books lived in organised chaos. "The coordinates," Holmes murmured, pulling out a detailed survey of Switzerland, "are precise to within a few metres. Not the falls themselves, but—" His finger traced the topographical lines, a location approximately 300 yards downstream, where a body caught in that particular current might reasonably be expected to lodge if it survived the initial fall intact enough to float. The fire had burned down to embers now, the room growing cooler, darker, more intimate in the way that late evening does when the world outside has surrendered to sleep, but those within persist in wakefulness. Watson felt the old familiar tension, the one that preceded their adventures, half dread, half anticipation, like standing at the edge of a cliff and feeling both the terror and exhilaration of heights. "The theorem remains unsolved," Watson repeated quietly. "What does that mean, Holmes?" "It means," Holmes said, turning from the map with an expression that held both resignation and something that might have been excitement, "that someone wishes me to know they are alive, that they are thinking, and that they consider our previous encounter merely the opening move in a longer game. It means, Watson, that the quiet we have enjoyed these past months was not peace but intermission." He moved to the window again, looking out at the fog-wrapped street where London dreamed its complicated dreams, where millions of lives intersected in ways both meaningful and random, where patterns emerge from chaos if one had the patience and perception to see them. "Moriarty," Watson said, not quite a question. "Or someone who wishes me to believe it is Moriarty," Holmes replied, which in practical terms amounts to the same challenge. Someone of considerable intellect, considerable resources, and considerable interest in renewing our acquaintance. Someone who survived, or knows what survival means. He turned back to his friend, and in the dimness his face held that quality of fierce joy that Watson recognised. The look of a man presented with a puzzle worthy of his full attention. "Pack a bag, Watson. We leave for Switzerland on the morning train. I find myself suddenly curious about what the fools remember, and what theorems remain to be solved." Outside, the fog thickened, wrapping Baker Street in its grey embrace. The gas lamps guttered and glowed, painting halos of gold against the murk. Somewhere a clock struck 11, the bells carrying across rooftops and chimney pots, marking time's passage in a city that never truly slept, but merely changed its dreams. Inside 221B, two men began preparations for a journey that would take them from London's familiar streets back to the Alpine heights where, 3 months prior, the world's most dangerous man had fallen into mist and water and mystery. And in the fireplace, the last ember winked out like a closing eye, leaving only darkness and the soft sound of pages turning as Holmes returned to his newspapers, reading them now not for what they said but for what they carefully, deliberately did not say. The spaces between words where truth sometimes hid, the silences where genius plotted its resurrection. The night settled deeper over London, and the fog kept its counsel, and somewhere in the vast city or beyond it, a mind as brilliant as it was dangerous contemplated its next move in a game that had never truly ended, merely paused to catch its breath before the real work began. The morning train departed Victoria Station with the punctuality that the British railway system wore as a badge of national character, steam billowing into the vaulted iron and glass cathedral of the terminus like incense in some industrial temple. Holmes and Watson settled into their first-class compartment as London slid past the windows in layers. First the soot-stained brick of the city proper, then the emerging green of suburbs where housewives hung washing and children played in narrow gardens, and finally the open countryside of Kent rolling out in its May abundance. Fields stitched together with hedgerows older than memory. The compartment smelled of leather and polish, of other travellers' cologne, and the faint ghost of someone's breakfast kippers. Watson had claimed the forward-facing seat, his medical bag stowed overhead alongside Holmes' smaller valise. Both men travelled light, having learned through experience that complications multiplied with luggage. Holmes sat opposite his long frame, arranged with that particular grace of the naturally restless forced into stillness, his grey eyes fixed on the passing landscape, but clearly seeing something other than sheep and meadows. "You've been silent since we left Baker Street," Watson observed, pulling out his pocket watch to confirm they were on schedule, a habit from his army days that persisted in civilian life like phantom limb syndrome. "I confess I'm uncertain whether to interpret that as concentration or trepidation." Holmes turned from the window, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Neither, my dear Watson, merely recalibration. London is a city of 7 million souls, each generating noise, data, if you will, that requires constant filtering. Out here," he gestured at the green world rushing past, "the signal-to-noise ratio becomes more favourable. One can think without the city's persistent demands on attention." He leaned back, fingers steepled in his characteristic pose of contemplation. "Tell me, what do you recall of Reichenbach Falls? Not the dramatic conclusion, but the place itself, the geography." Watson considered, calling up memories that remained vivid despite the 3 months that had passed. Alpine, dramatic. The falls themselves were thunderous. I remember the roar of water, the constant mist that drenched everything within 100 yards. The path was narrow, treacherous when wet. There was a small viewing area where the confrontation occurred. A sheer drop on one side, rock face on the other, not a place one would choose for survival. "And yet," Holmes murmured, "people survive the unsurvivable with remarkable frequency. The human body, when subjected to extremes, occasionally performs feats that defy probability. Add to that a mind like Moriarty's, a mind trained in calculation, in seeing angles and trajectories that escape ordinary perception, and survival becomes less impossible, merely improbable." He pulled the telegram from his pocket, reading it again, though he had surely memorized every word. "The coordinates place us downstream. The theorem reference suggests he wishes me to understand not just that he survived, but how he survived. It's a taunt, Watson, but also an invitation. He wants me to appreciate the mathematics of his escape." The train rocked gently, rhythmic and hypnotic, carrying them southeast toward Dover, where the Channel ferry waited. Outside, a church spire rose above a small village, its stone weathered to the colour of honey in the morning light. A few cows regarded the passing train with bovine indifference, chewing their contemplative way through grass that had grown and been eaten in the same fields for centuries. England was ancient here, comfortable with itself, unconcerned with the dramas of men who played deadly games in foreign mountains. "I've been thinking about the newspapers," Watson said after a pause. "The advertisements you marked. If Moriarty, or someone, is indeed gathering his papers, his research, what could they want with such material? The man was a criminal organizer, not an academic. What practical use are theorems and astronomical calculations to someone running a network of thieves and murderers?" Holmes' expression shifted into something that might have been approval. "Ah, Watson, you've touched upon the essential misconception that made Moriarty so dangerous. He wasn't a criminal who dabbled in mathematics. He was a mathematician who applied his genius to crime. His doctoral thesis, The Dynamics of an Asteroid, was a masterwork of predictive modelling. He could calculate orbital trajectories years in advance, accounting for countless variables. Now imagine that same mind applied to human systems, to the flow of goods through a city, the patterns of police patrols, the predictable responses of financial markets to various stimuli. His criminal network wasn't built on intimidation or loyalty, but on mathematical certainty. He could predict, to within narrow margins, exactly how his subordinates would behave, how authorities would respond, where opportunities would emerge. The train slowed as it approached a small station, the platform populated by perhaps a dozen people, waiting with that patient resignation characteristic of provincial rail travel. An elderly woman held a basket that emitted the occasional cluck of chickens. A young couple embraced with the desperate tenderness of temporary parting. A businessman consulted his watch with the irritation of someone for whom delays were personal affronts. All of them unaware that the train now sighing to a halt beside them carried 2 men pursuing the ghost of a genius, travelling toward a confrontation that might already be 3 months too late. "So if he's gathering his papers," Watson continued as the train resumed motion, "he's rebuilding the foundation of his network, the intellectual architecture." "Precisely. or someone is doing so in his name, which presents its own disturbing possibilities. Holmes shifted in his seat, a restlessness that suggested his mind outpaced even the train's considerable speed. "I've sent telegrams ahead, to Swiss authorities, to Lestrade in London, to various contacts in France and Germany. If Moriarty is active again, there will be signs. Crimes with his particular signature, complex, elegant, seemingly disconnected, but forming patterns when examined collectively. The sort of thing that appears to be coincidence until one applies mathematical analysis and discovers it's anything but." Dover appeared on the horizon as afternoon approached, the white cliffs rising from the channel with the dramatic flare of natural fortification. The town itself sprawled below, all grey stone and red tile, fishing boats bobbing in the harbour alongside the larger ferry that would carry them across to Calais. The sea smell came through the compartment's ventilation, salt and fish, and that particular marine decay that characterised ports, everywhere. Gulls wheeled overhead, their cries carrying even over the train's diminishing momentum as it pulled into the station. The channel crossing was choppy, the ferry rising and falling with swells that turned Watson's complexion slightly green around the edges, his sea legs never quite as reliable as his land-based steadiness. Holmes stood at the rail, apparently unaffected by the motion, watching England recede into the grey distance while France emerged ahead, like a promise or a threat, depending on interpretation. The wind carried spray that tasted of brine and distance, and the sky overhead held that peculiar quality of channel weather, neither fully overcast nor clear, existing in perpetual indecision. "I've always found it remarkable," Holmes said, his voice raised slightly against the wind, "how narrow this channel is, yet how profound its significance. 21 miles of water, and yet civilizations divide along its length. Languages, cuisines, legal systems, entire ways of conceptualizing the world, all different because of this modest gulf." He turned to Watson, who had joined him at the rail despite his discomfort. Moriarty understood borders, understood how they could be exploited. A crime committed in England, planned in France, financed through Switzerland, executed by Germans. Which jurisdiction investigates? Which legal system applies? He made himself difficult to catch, not through hiding, but through existing in the jurisdictional gaps between nations. France received them with characteristic efficiency, the customs officials at Calais waving them through with barely a glance at their papers. 2 English gentlemen travelling to Switzerland required no explanation, in an era when tourism was becoming democratised, when railways made the Alps accessible to anyone with fare and fortitude. They boarded the Paris train as evening settled over the coast, and this leg of the journey carried them through the French heartland in darkness, the compartment windows reflecting their own faces back at them, while unseen countryside rushed past. Watson dozed fitfully, his head nodding against the compartment's padded wall, while Holmes remained awake, smoking his pipe despite the railway company's preferences otherwise, watching the darkness and occasionally consulting a small notebook in which he'd been making calculations, trajectories, Watson assumed, or probabilities, the mathematics of pursuit and evasion. They changed trains in Paris at an hour when the city was just beginning to wake, the Gare de Lyon echoing with early morning commerce, porters wheeling luggage, vendors selling coffee and pastries to travellers whose internal clocks had been scrambled by motion. The coffee was strong enough to strip paint, the croissants still warm from some bakery that operated in the perpetual night of commercial baking. Watson ate mechanically, fuel for the body, while his mind tried to reconcile the familiar with the foreign. Paris was close enough to London to feel almost comfortable, yet different enough to remind him constantly that they'd left England's protective certainty behind. The Swiss train departed with the precision of German engineering, Switzerland being a place where railways ran not just on time but on principle, where punctuality was a form of national identity. They travelled southeast through Burgundy, through the Jura mountains where vineyards clung to slopes at angles that seemed to defy both gravity and common sense, and finally into Switzerland proper as the sun climbed toward noon of their second day of travel. The Alps emerged gradually, first as distant suggestions of height, then as an undeniable presence, snow-capped peaks rising into a sky of such intense blue it seemed artificial, as if God had overdone the colour mixing. The air changed as they gained elevation, becoming crisper, cleaner, carrying scents of pine and snowmelt, and that particular freshness that exists only at altitude where human presence hasn't yet complicated the atmosphere. Villages appeared and disappeared, clusters of chalets with carved wooden balconies and window boxes beginning to show spring flowers, geraniums and edelweiss and other hardy specimens that could tolerate the mountain temperament. Watson felt his spirits lift despite the mission's dark purpose. There was something restorative about mountains, something that put human concerns into proper perspective. Cities were human scale, comprehensible, navigable by human logic. Mountains were other, ancient, indifferent, operating by geological timescales that made human dramas seem brief as mayfly dances. I had forgotten how beautiful it was, he admitted, watching a waterfall cascade down a rock face, its white foam catching sunlight and transforming into brief rainbows. Even knowing what happened here, it's difficult not to appreciate the scenery. Beauty and danger often coincide, Holmes replied. Mountains kill the careless with the same indifference they display toward the careful. That waterfall you're admiring could sweep a man away as easily as it decorates the landscape. Moriarty chose this place deliberately. Remote, treacherous, defensible. A location where the environment itself became a weapon in our confrontation. They arrived in Meiringen late afternoon. The small alpine village looking much as Watson remembered it. Picture postcard Swiss, all dark wood and white plaster, window shutters painted in cheerful colours, the sound of cowbells drifting down from higher pastures. The inn where they'd stayed before still stood, the Englischer Hof, its proprietor recognising them immediately despite the months that had passed. Herr Holmes, Dr. Watson. The man's face showed complicated emotions. Pleasure at their return, concern about what it might mean, curiosity carefully restrained by Swiss discretion. We did not expect to see you again so soon. Your usual rooms are available if you wish. Them. That would be excellent, thank you, Holmes said, and Watson heard the weariness in his friend's voice. 2 days of travel catching up even with that formidable constitution. We'll want dinner sent up, and I'll need to speak with the local guide who knows the Reichenbach area well. Can you arrange that? Naturally. Peter Steiler knows every path and rock face within 20 kilometres. I will send it to him after you've had time to rest and refresh yourselves. Their rooms were exactly as Watson remembered. Simple, clean, with that particular Swiss efficiency that made even modest accommodation feel somehow luxurious through sheer attention to detail. The beds were firm, the linens crisp, the windows opened onto a view of peaks that seemed close enough to touch. Watson stood at his window, watching the light change on the mountains as evening approached, the snow turning rose and gold and finally deep purple as the sun sank behind western ridges. Dinner was local, rusty and sausage, cheese that had a tang of the high pastures where cows produced it, bread dense and dark and satisfying. They ate mostly in silence, both men tired from travel, both aware that tomorrow would bring them to the falls, to the place where death had been assumed and might now be questioned. Peter Steiler arrived as they were finishing their meal, a man in his 40s with the weathered face and capable hands of someone who earned his living from the mountains. His English was accented but fluent, and his eyes held the particular sharpness of those who read weather and terrain for survival rather than recreation. Herr Holmes, he said, accepting the chair and wine Watson offered, you wish to return to Reichenbach Falls. May I ask why? It is not a pleasant place for you, I think. Unpleasant perhaps, but necessary, Holmes replied. I need to examine the area downstream from the falls, approximately 300 yards based on the current strength I observed in May. There should be a place where debris might lodge, where something, or someone, caught in the current might come to rest. Steiler's expression grew troubled. You think someone survived that fall? Herr Holmes, I have seen what Reichenbach does to those who underestimate it. The force of water, the rocks, the cold. It is not survivable. And yet bodies aren't always recovered, Holmes said quietly. Mine wasn't, and I assure you I survived my dive into the falls. What happened to Professor Moriarty's body? The guide's face shifted through several emotions before settling on reluctant admission. It was never found. We searched for 3 days, but the meltwater was high, the current strong. We assumed, hoped perhaps, that it had been carried far downstream beyond our search area. To think otherwise is... He trailed off, superstition and rationality warring in his expression. Is to think someone planned their survival as carefully as others plan their deaths, Holmes finished. which is precisely what I need to investigate. Can you take us there tomorrow? Early, before the tourist season brings observers I'd prefer to avoid? Stieler nodded slowly. Dawn. The light will be good then, and we'll have the paths to ourselves. But Herr Holmes, if someone did survive, if they planned it as you suggest, what does that mean for why you're here now? If they survived and were sent for you, it's a trap, surely. Watson felt the same concern but stayed silent, watching Holmes's face in the lamplight. His friend smiled, that thin, dangerous smile that appeared when the game became truly interesting. Undoubtedly a trap, Herr Stieler. The question is whether the trap is designed to catch me, or whether I'm meant to be a witness to something else entirely. Either way, the only method of discovering which is to spring the trap and see what happens. Science, after all, requires experimentation. The guide departed shortly after, promising to return at dawn with suitable equipment for rough terrain. Watson and Holmes sat in the gathering darkness, the room lit now only by a single lamp and the ambient glow from outside where the village settled into its nightly routine. Somewhere a dog barked, answered by another farther away. A horse's hoofs clattered on stone, probably pulling some late wagon. The mountains loomed invisible in the darkness, felt rather than seen, their massive presence a reminder that human dramas played out against backdrops that predated civilizations and would endure long after they crumbled. You should rest, Watson, Holmes said quietly. Tomorrow will require stamina. And you? I'll rest when I understand what we're walking into. For now I have calculations to complete, trajectories to map. If Moriarty survived, he did so through planning, not luck. I need to think like him, see the problem as he would have seen it, not as an ending, but as a beginning that requires appearing to end. He pulled out his notebook, began sketching diagrams by lamplight. The mathematics of falling bodies, the fluid dynamics of turbulent water, the human body's structural limits under compression and impact, all solvable, given sufficient information and time to calculate. Watson left him to it, retiring to his own room where sleep came slowly despite exhaustion. His dreams, when they finally arrived, were of falling, not the terror of involuntary descent, but the strange freedom of choosing to fall, of seeing the water rush up and knowing that survival depended not on fighting, but on understanding, on calculating angles and forces and finding the one trajectory that led through death to the other side. He woke to pre-dawn grey, dressed quickly, and found Holmes already prepared, looking as if he'd slept not at all or perfectly, the two states being sometimes indistinguishable in that unique constitution. They ate breakfast in silence, bread and jam and coffee strong enough to wake the dead, which seemed appropriate given their destination. Stieler arrived as promised, carrying rope and climbing equipment, his expression still troubled but resigned. The path to the falls is wet this time of morning, he warned. Mist and dew. We must be careful. They set out as the sun was just touching the eastern peaks, painting them gold while the valley below remained in shadow. The path climbed steadily, following the Reichenbach River as it cascaded down through forest and meadow, growing louder as they approached the falls proper. Birds sang their morning declarations of territory and desire. The air smelled of pine resin and wet stone, and that peculiar mineral scent of mountain water. And then, rounding a final bend, the falls revealed themselves, a white fury of water plunging 250 metres into a cauldron of mist and thunder, the sound washing over them like physical force, the spray creating rainbows in the morning light. Watson felt his chest tighten, memories flooding back, the confrontation, the struggle, the terrible moment when Holmes had vanished into that maelstrom and Watson's world had ended, briefly, before miraculous resurrection. Holmes stood at the edge, staring not at the falls but past them, downward, calculating. There, he said, pointing. The current curves east around that outcrop. Anything caught in the main flow would be forced into that channel, and 300 yards beyond, do you see, Watson, where the river widens and the flow calms, there's a natural catch basin, rocks arranged almost like a net. Watson looked, saw what Holmes indicated, a place where the river's violence transformed into something slower, where debris might indeed accumulate rather than being swept onward to the valley floor miles below. We need to go down there, Holmes said. Whatever secrets the falls remember, they'll be written in that place. Shall we see what the professor left behind, what message he's inscribed in stone and water for those capable of reading it? They began their descent, Steele leading, Holmes following, with the confidence of someone who trusted calculation over instinct, Watson bringing up the rear and wondering, not for the first time, why he continued to follow this extraordinary man into danger that by all rights should have ended them both months ago. The fools thundered behind them, indifferent as always, keeping whatever secrets the dead, or the supposedly dead, had left in their keeping. The descent took 2 hours of careful navigation, rope work and concentrated silence, broken only by Styler's occasional warnings about loose rock or treacherous footing. The roar of the falls diminished gradually as they worked their way downstream, following the river as it transformed from violent cascade to merely aggressive rapids, the water white and churning but no longer possessing that apocalyptic fury that characterized Reichenbach's main drop. The catch basin Holmes had identified from above proved even more dramatic at ground level, a natural amphitheatre of stone where the river widened and slowed, where boulders the size of carriages created eddies and pools, where anything caught in the upstream violence would eventually come to rest. The rocks were slick with moss and spray, and the morning light filtered through overhanging trees created a cathedral atmosphere, dim and cool and somehow ancient despite the water's constant renewal. Holmes moved immediately to the rocks, examining them with the focused intensity Watson recognized from countless crime scenes. His long fingers traced patterns in the stone, felt for irregularities, searched for what eyes alone might miss. Steele watched with the bemused tolerance of a man who had seen many English eccentricities but never quite grown accustomed to them. "Here," Holmes said after perhaps 20 minutes of systematic searching. "Watson, bring that coil of rope, if you would." Watson clambered across the wet stone to where Holmes crouched beside a gap between 2 large boulders, a space perhaps 3 feet wide where the water flowed dark and deep. Holmes pointed to marks on the rock face, scratches, barely visible, but following patterns too regular to be natural erosion. "Someone used climbing equipment here," Holmes murmured, his voice barely audible over the water's persistent conversation with stone. "See how the marks angle upward? Not debris scraping downward with the current, but something, someone, pulling themselves up. And here," he indicated a narrow ledge behind the boulders, hidden from casual observation, sheltered from the main current. A space large enough for a man to wedge himself, to wait out the immediate danger, to breathe and plan the next move. Watson felt cold that had nothing to do with the spray-dampened air. "You're saying he survived the fall itself, made it to this basin, and climbed out?" The fall would have been survivable with correct entry, feet first, body straight, arms tight against the sides to prevent flailing. The impact would be severe but not necessarily fatal. The greater danger would be drowning in the turbulence, being battered against rocks, succumbing to cold. But if one reaches this basin conscious and capable of movement, yes, survival becomes possible. Improbable, certainly. Requiring extraordinary presence of mind and physical capability, absolutely. But it's possible. Holmes stood, surveying the entire area with renewed understanding. He would have had perhaps minutes before hypothermia became irreversible, but those minutes, for a mind like Moriarty's, would be sufficient to execute a plan formulated before the fall itself. He came here knowing he might need to survive it. Steele had gone pale. "Mein Gott, you are saying this professor, this criminal, he calculated how to survive such a fall? That is madness." "Madness," Holmes agreed, "and genius. The two often share lodgings. Help me search the area, anything unusual, any evidence of recent human presence. He would have needed to rest, to recover enough strength to continue. There will be signs." They searched for another hour, the morning advancing toward noon, the light shifting as the sun climbed above the eastern ridges. It was Watson who found the next clue, a small cave, barely worthy of the name, really just a deep recess under an overhanging rock face perhaps 40 yards from the catch basin, concealed behind a screen of mountain laurel that had grown dense with spring. Inside, the evidence of occupation was minimal but unmistakable. Stones arranged for a fireplace, though no fire had been lit, too visible, too risky. Marks in the dirt floor suggesting someone had lain here, and wedged into a crack in the rock a small waterproof pouch of the sort climbers use to protect documents and matches. Holmes opened it with hands that trembled slightly. Not with fear, Watson thought, but with the anticipation of confirmation, of theory transforming into fact. Inside were 3 items. a letter sealed with wax that bore no crest or mark, a chess piece, Black King, identical to the one delivered to Baker Street, and a small notebook filled with mathematical notations that meant nothing to Watson, but caused Holmes's face to become very still, very focused. He opened the letter, read it in silence while Watson and Styler waited. When he finished, Holmes passed it to Watson without comment. The handwriting was precise, angular, the prose style matching, efficient and slightly mocking. My dear Holmes, if you are reading this, then my calculations regarding your intellectual persistence have proven accurate. I confess to some uncertainty, a 73% probability that you would pursue this investigation, factoring in your emotional attachment to certainty and your constitutional inability to accept ambiguity in matters of mortality, specifically mine. The fool was survivable. I won't insult your intelligence by explaining physics. You've undoubtedly reconstructed the mathematics yourself by now. What may interest you more is the why. I could have fled before our confrontation, dissolved into the networks I've spent decades constructing. Instead, I chose Reichenbach. I chose the appearance of mutual destruction because it served multiple purposes. It ended official pursuit of my person. It created a martyrdom mythology useful for maintaining loyalty among subordinates who might otherwise have scattered. And most importantly, it gave me time. Time, Holmes, to rebuild from first principles. My previous network was compromised. By you primarily, though I acknowledge some structural flaws in delegation that your investigation revealed. But a truly adaptive system learns from failure. I am learning. I am rebuilding. And this time, the architecture will be perfect. I leave you this letter as courtesy between adversaries and as an invitation. The game continues, though the board has expanded. Where previously my operations focused on London, I now think continentally. The telegraph wires hum with opportunities. The railway lines carry not just goods but possibilities. The financial systems connecting European capitals create vulnerabilities that a mind trained in network dynamics can exploit with surgical precision. You will find evidence of my work in the coming weeks. I leave traces deliberately, not from carelessness, but from the desire to see if you can perceive the patterns. Think of it as a tutorial, Holmes. I'm teaching you to see as I see, to understand that crime need not be crude violence but can be architecture, elegant and self-sustaining. The coordinates I sent were test 1. Could you calculate survival probability from insufficient data? You passed. There will be other tests. Some you will recognize, some you will miss entirely until much later, when the consequences become apparent. Either outcome entertains me. I remain, as always, your most devoted adversary. Mem Watson finished reading and looked up to find Holmes staring at the falls visible through the cave entrance, his expression unreadable. He's playing with you, Watson said quietly. Yes, Holmes agreed. But more than that, he's teaching. He genuinely believes I'm capable of understanding his methodology if properly instructed. It's perhaps the closest thing to a compliment he's capable of offering. He turned from the falls, his face now showing something complex, anger and fascination warring for dominance. He mentioned evidence of his work appearing in the coming weeks. This letter was left months ago, which means whatever he's planned is already in motion. We need to return to London immediately, but first, he pulled out the notebook, began photographing pages with a small camera he'd brought specifically for evidence documentation. We need to understand what these calculations describe. They're not random. Moriarty doesn't do random things. These are blueprints for something. They made the climb back to Meiringen more quickly than the descent, urgency overriding caution, though Styler muttered constant warnings about haste being the mountain's favourite killer. By late afternoon they were back at the Englischer Hof, Holmes immediately composing telegrams while Watson arranged their departure. A night train to Paris, connections through to London, the fastest route possible, though it would still consume 2 days of travel. The telegrams went to Lestrade, to Mycroft Holmes at the Diogenes Club, to various other contacts whose names Watson recognised and some he didn't. All asked the same essential question. Had there been crimes in the past 3 months matching certain mathematical signatures? Multiple seemingly unrelated incidents occurring in sequence, each individually explainable, but together forming patterns suggesting coordination? The replies began arriving even before they departed Meiringen, forwarded to the train station where they waited for the Paris Express. Lestrade confirmed a series of puzzling art thefts across London. Nothing major, pieces taken from private collections, but the pattern of targeting suggested knowledge of insurance schedules and security rotations that shouldn't be accessible to ordinary criminals. Mycroft's telegram was more concerning. Diplomatic pouches had been compromised in 3 different embassies, the breaches so subtle they were only discovered through random audit, the information stolen seemingly random but potentially valuable to someone with comprehensive understanding of European political dynamics. The train journey back became a working session, Holmes spreading newspapers and telegram copies across their compartment table, constructing what he called a probability map, connecting incidents across London, Paris, Vienna, Berlin, showing how each individual crime, while modest in scope, contributed to some larger pattern not yet fully visible. "Look here," Holmes said as they crossed into France, the darkness outside their window absolute except for occasional village lights. May 15th. A bank manager in Vienna receives a fraudulent transfer authorization, by itself unremarkable. But on May 16th, a diplomatic courier in Paris was delayed 6 hours by a carriage accident that investigations suggest was staged. May 17th, a gallery owner in Berlin discovers a painting's provenance documents have been altered. Separately, these are minor incidents, but observe, his finger traced lines between cities on a map he'd sketched. The Vienna bank holds accounts for the French diplomatic service. The Paris courier was carrying documents related to Austrian trade negotiations. The Berlin painting was owned by a French industrialist with Vienna banking interests. Watson studied the map, seeing connections emerge like stars forming constellations. Are they all related to French-Austrian financial relations? More specifically, to destabilize those relations in ways that create opportunities for currency speculation. If one knew in advance that certain trade negotiations would fail, that certain diplomatic initiatives would be compromised, one could position oneself to profit enormously from the resulting market movements. And Moriarty's background includes not just mathematics but economics. His thesis on asteroid dynamics was actually a paper on predictive modelling of complex interdependent systems. Financial markets are precisely such systems. They arrived in Paris at dawn, changed trains with barely time for coffee, French coffee, brutal and magnificent, consumed standing at a station cafe while porters transferred their luggage. Watson bought newspapers, French and German publications Holmes had requested, adding to the growing pile of documentation that transformed their compartment into a mobile investigation room. The pattern became clearer as they travelled. In every major European capital, small crimes or irregularities had occurred over the past 3 months, individually insignificant, collectively suggesting a network of remarkable sophistication. Insurance fraud in London, customs documentation altered in Marseille, banking irregularities in Frankfurt, telegraph messages intercepted in Brussels, each incident calculated to create instability, uncertainty, opportunity for those positioned to exploit advanced knowledge. "It's beautiful in a terrible way," Holmes murmured, studying his probability map as the French countryside rolled past under grey skies threatening rain. He's not robbing banks or stealing art for their intrinsic value. He's manipulating information flows, creating chaos in communication and trust networks. The actual thefts and frauds are almost incidental. They're means of seeding uncertainty into systems that depend on certainty to function. And once systems become uncertain, once trust erodes, the opportunities multiply exponentially. Watson felt out of his depth but tried to follow the logic. So he's not after money directly, but after destabilizing the systems that create and move money? Precisely. Though money will certainly follow, once you can predict market movements better than anyone else because you're secretly causing those movements, wealth accumulation becomes almost trivial. But I suspect Moriarty's motivation transcends mere wealth. This is intellectual exercise for him. He's proving he can manipulate an entire continent's economic infrastructure the way a chess master manipulates pieces. It's genius applied to evil, Watson, and that makes it perhaps the most dangerous force we've yet encountered. They arrived at Victoria Station late evening of their second day of travel, London receiving them with characteristic ambivalence. Not quite rain, but a heavy mist that made gas lamps paint halos of gold against the grey, that made the city feel wrapped in gauze, softened and mysterious. A telegram awaited Holmes at the station, from Lestrade, marked urgent, requesting immediate meeting at Scotland Yard. The cab ride through evening London allowed Watson to appreciate being home despite the circumstances. The familiar streets, the particular rhythm of English speech after days of French and German, the solid Victorian architecture that proclaimed permanence, even as the fog suggested everything might dissolve into dream at any moment. Baker Street would wait. First, Lestrade's urgency needed addressing. Scotland Yard was eternally unchanged. All gas lamps and echoing corridors and the particular smell of institutional buildings everywhere, floor wax and old wood and the accumulated breath of bureaucracy. Lestrade met them at the entrance, his terrier face showing strain that suggested he'd been working extensive hours. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank God you're back. We've had 3 more incidents since my last telegram, and I'm damned if I can see the connection, but I know there must be one. Come to my office. I've got everything laid out." His office was chaos organised by desperation. Papers pinned to walls, maps marked with coloured pins, the detritus of investigation conducted without clear direction. Lestrade gestured at the display with frustrated helplessness. Art thefts, as I mentioned, but also bank fraud, insurance schemes, shipping manifests altered, warehouse inventories discrepant. None of it rises to major crime status individually, but collectively it's suggesting organisation on a scale we've never encountered. And here's the strangest part: we've arrested several perpetrators, small players, but none of them know who employed them. They received instructions via telegraph, payment via dead drops, and never met their employer. It's like fighting a ghost that leaves fingerprints everywhere but no face. Holmes moved to the wall map, studying Lestrade's pin placements. "You've done excellent work, Inspector. Better than you realise. These patterns are precisely what I needed to see. Now observe." He began connecting pins with string from a spool on Lestrade's desk, creating a web that to Watson's eye looked almost random, but which caused Holmes's face to show grim satisfaction. Each incident occurs in sequence, not simultaneously, but cascading. One crime creates conditions that make the next crime possible or profitable. It's a chain reaction, Lestrade. A domino cascade designed by someone who calculated exactly how each piece would fall. "But to what end?" Lestrade demanded. "We're not seeing vast sums stolen. Nothing compared to what an organisation this sophisticated could manage if simple theft were the goal." "Because simple theft isn't the goal. Information is. Market advantage is. The ability to predict how systems will respond to perturbation is. Someone is treating all of London, all of Europe, as a laboratory, running experiments to map network dynamics. And once those dynamics are mapped, once the system is fully understood," Holmes turned from the map, his face grave, "then comes exploitation on a scale that will make previous criminal enterprises look like children stealing apples." Watson felt cold settling into his bones despite the officer's warmth. Moriarty, Holmes confirmed. Alive, active, and apparently working from a position of complete invisibility. The fall at Reichenbach wasn't his death. It was his transformation from known adversary to unknown architect. And now he's rebuilding, testing, preparing something that I suspect we've only glimpsed the edges of. He turned back to the map, studying the web of string, the pins marking incidents across London and beyond. Outside, the city continued its nightly business. Millions of souls going about their lives unaware that somewhere in the fog-wrapped streets, a genius orchestrated their movements like notes in some vast symphony only he could hear. "We need more data," Holmes said finally. "Lestrade, I need access to all crime reports for the past 3 months. Not just London, but coordinated through Interpol. Anything unusual in Paris, Vienna, Berlin, Amsterdam, Brussels, anywhere the telegraph and railway connect to London. Watson, we'll need to visit the financial district tomorrow. I want to speak with traders, understand what unusual market movements have occurred recently. And," he paused, pulling out the notebook recovered from Reichenbach, "I need to decrypt these calculations. Moriarty left them deliberately, which means they're either a genuine clue or a brilliant misdirection. Either way, they're worth the effort of understanding. They left Scotland Yard near midnight, the streets nearly empty, the fog thicker now, transforming London into something from Gothic literature, all shadows and gaslight, and the sense that anything might lurk just beyond visibility. The cab ride to Baker Street was short, but felt longer, Watson's mind spinning with implications, with the understanding that their enemy had achieved what few criminals ever managed. He'd survived his own death and emerged more dangerous for the experience. Mrs. Hudson had kept their rooms ready, bless her practical soul, and tea was somehow waiting despite the late hour. She had instincts about such things, always knowing when they'd return and what they'd need. Holmes went immediately to his desk, spreading the notebook's photographed pages, beginning the work of decryption that would likely consume hours or days. Watson watched him for a moment, then retired to his own room where sleep came with difficulty despite exhaustion. His dreams were of webs, vast, intricate, spanning continents, each thread vibrating with significance, and somewhere at the centre, invisible but present, a spider who calculated trajectories and laughed at falls that would kill ordinary men. The game, as Moriarty had promised, was continuing, and they were only beginning to understand its scope. Morning came to Baker Street with the reluctant grey light characteristic of London in early summer, when the city seemed uncertain whether to commit to sunshine or retreat back into its preferred state of overcast contemplation. Watson woke to the sound of violin, not the screeching chaos that sometimes emerged when Holmes wrestled with particularly vexing problems, but rather a slow, melancholic piece that suggested his friend had either solved something or surrendered to temporary defeat. The music drifted through the walls like smoke, baroque in structure, mournful in execution. Watson dressed and emerged to find Holmes still in yesterday's clothes, the notebook pages spread across every available surface. Table, chairs, even portions of the floor creating a paper archipelago that one had to navigate carefully to avoid disturbing whatever organisational system existed in that unique mind. The violin lay abandoned on the settee, and Holmes stood at the window watching the street below with the particular stillness that meant his body had stopped while his mind continued racing. "You've been up all night," Watson observed, a statement rather than a question. Sleep seemed an inefficient use of time when Moriarty's calculations required attention, Holmes replied without turning from the window. Though I confess the work proved more challenging than anticipated. His notation system is partially standard mathematical symbology, partially personal shorthand, and partially, I suspect, deliberately obfuscated to prevent casual decryption. But certain patterns emerge with sufficient scrutiny. Watson moved to the breakfast table where Mrs. Hudson had left a pot of tea that was probably still warm, poured 2 cups, and brought one to Holmes, who accepted it with an absent nod of thanks. "And what patterns did you discover?" Holmes finally turned from the window, and Watson saw in his face the marks of intensive concentration. Eyes slightly reddened, lines deepened around mouth and forehead, but also a kind of fierce satisfaction that suggested the night's work had yielded fruit. Moriarty wasn't calculating criminal activities directly. He was modelling information flow through interconnected systems. Think of Europe as a vast network of nodes, cities, connected by edges, telegraph lines, railways, shipping routes. Information travels along these edges at measurable speeds with predictable delays. Now, if you introduce false information or delays into specific nodes, you can predict how that disruption propagates through the entire network. He moved to the main table, gestured at several pages covered in what looked to Watson like incomprehensible mathematics, differential equations, probability matrices, graph theory notations. These calculations describe London's financial district as a node particularly sensitive to certain types of information. Banking, insurance, commodity trading all depend on trust and timely information. Introduce uncertainty about, say, Austrian bond stability, and you create opportunities for someone who knows that uncertainty is artificially created and therefore temporary. Watson sipped his tea, trying to follow. So he's calculating how to manipulate markets by controlling information flow? Not just markets, everything. Consider, a diplomatic pouch delayed in Paris creates uncertainty about trade negotiations, which affects commodity futures in London, which influences insurance rates for shipping, which changes investment patterns in Berlin banking. It's all connected, Watson. Moriarty has apparently spent his months of invisibility mapping these connections with mathematical precision, and now, Holmes tapped one particular page, he's testing the model. Each small crime we've documented is actually an experiment. He introduces a perturbation, observes how the system responds, refines his calculations based on results. That's, Watson searched for words, that's terrifying. You're describing someone who can manipulate an entire continent's economy like a puppet master. Yes and no. His power is limited by information quality and system complexity. He can't control everything. Systems this large have inherent unpredictability. But he can create conditions that make certain outcomes more probable. And if you can shift probabilities even slightly in your favour across enough transactions, the cumulative advantage becomes enormous. Holmes drained his teacup, set it down with deliberate care. The question becomes, what is he building toward? These aren't random experiments. There's an ultimate objective, some culminating application of this research. And I suspect that objective will reveal itself soon. Moriarty's not patient by nature, merely methodical. He'll want to deploy his perfected system before variables shift enough to invalidate his calculations. A knock at the door interrupted further speculation. Mrs. Hudson announced Lestrade, who entered looking even more haggard than the previous evening, carrying a folder thick with additional reports. "Mr. Holmes, we've had another incident. Rather, several incidents, all last night, all coordinated." He spread papers across the only clear section of the table remaining. An art courier robbed in Bloomsbury, minor Rembrandt sketch taken. A fire at a warehouse in Suffolk. Suspicious origin, but contained before major damage. And here's the strange bit. A telegraph line cut between the city and Westminster, repaired within hours but disrupting financial communications during the morning trading window. Holmes seized the papers, scanning them with rapid intensity. "Timestamps, Lestrade. I need precise times for each incident." The robbery was shortly after midnight. Fire reported at 2:17 a.m. Telegraph line discovered a cut at 8:05 this morning when markets opened. "Perfect," Holmes murmured, and Watson heard both admiration and anger in the word. "Look at the sequencing. The robbery and fire are distractions, creating police activity in areas away from the financial district. Meanwhile, during the chaos of response, someone accesses the telegraph lines. By morning, when trading begins, there's a brief window where certain communications are disrupted while others flow normally. Anyone positioned to know which communications are affected could exploit that asymmetry for enormous profit." Lestrade's face showed dawning horror. "You mean someone made money from our own investigation tying up resources?" "Precisely, though I suspect the profit motive is secondary to data collection. Moriarty's testing how quickly the system adapts to disruption. How long before alternate communication routes are established? How do traders respond to uncertainty? What market movements result from temporary information asymmetry? Each answer refines his model, making his next intervention more precise." Holmes stood, pacing now with that restless energy that meant decisions were forming. "We need to visit the financial district, immediately. I want to speak with traders about unusual market movements this morning, and Lestrade, request that all telegraph companies report any future line disruptions directly to Scotland Yard, no matter how quickly repaired. Moriarty's testing network resilience, which means he'll likely attempt similar disruptions with variations to map different response patterns." They took a cab through morning London, the city now fully awake and conducting its daily business with that characteristic English efficiency that made even chaos seem orderly. The financial district, known simply as the City, occupied the square mile of London's ancient Roman heart, all narrow medieval streets lined with Victorian confidence expressed in stone and iron, banks and insurance houses projecting permanence even as the markets they housed churned with daily volatility. Holmes led them to the Royal Exchange, the massive building at the city's heart where traders and brokers gathered to conduct the business of the empire. Commodities, currencies, securities, all the abstract instruments that somehow translated into ships and factories, and the vast machinery of commercial civilization. The interior was all marble columns and echoing voices, hundreds of men in dark suits gesturing and shouting in the peculiar language of finance, where fortunes changed hands through nods and signals incomprehensible to outsiders. Holmes approached a broker Watson vaguely recognized from some previous case, a man named Carruthers, whose florid face and nervous energy suggested someone who lived perpetually on the edge of either triumph or catastrophe. "Mr. Carruthers, a moment of your time regarding this morning's trading." The broker's face brightened with recognition. "Mr. Holmes, didn't expect to see you here. Consulting on financial matters now, though I suppose crime and commerce aren't so different, both about understanding human nature and exploiting advantages." He laughed at his own observation, then sobered slightly. "This morning was odd, I'll grant you. Telegraph disruption, right at the opening bell, created confusion about overnight movements in Vienna and Berlin. Some of us lost money in that confusion, Others made rather a lot. Markets settled once communications were restored, but there was a window of perhaps 40 minutes where nobody quite knew what was happening. And who profited most significantly from that window? Holmes asked. Carruthers hesitated, the broker's instinct for discretion warring with curiosity about Holmes's interest. Hard to say definitively. Trades aren't always immediately visible. Settlements happen later. But word on the floor is that someone, possibly multiple someones working in coordination, placed very precise bets on Austrian bonds declining then recovering, bought low during the confusion, sold high once clarity returned. Nothing illegal, mind you, just exceptionally good timing, or exceptionally good information, or exceptionally good manipulation of information availability, Holmes murmured. Thank you, Mr. Carruthers. You've been most helpful. They spent 2 more hours in the city, speaking with other traders and brokers, building a picture of the morning's market movements. The pattern became clear. Whoever had orchestrated the telegraph disruption had known exactly which communications would be affected, had positioned themselves to profit from the resulting confusion, and had executed trades with precision suggesting perfect advance knowledge. It's a proof of concept, Holmes explained as they shared a cab back to Baker Street, the afternoon sun finally breaking through clouds to paint London in temporary gold. Moriarty's demonstrating that his model works, that he can create profitable opportunities through controlled information manipulation. This morning's profit was likely modest in absolute terms, a few £1,000s perhaps, but the principle is proven. Scale this up, coordinate across multiple markets simultaneously, and the potential returns become staggering. Watson felt the weight of implications. So what do? We can't guard every telegraph line, can't prevent every market manipulation. If he's made himself invisible and works through intermediaries, how do we even begin to counter this? We think like he thinks, Holmes replied. Moriarty operates mathematically. Everything is calculation, probability, predicted outcome. That means his actions aren't random but follow logical patterns determined by his model. If we can understand the model's parameters, we can predict where he'll strike next, what experiments he still needs to conduct. The notebook gives us insight into his thinking. These aren't just abstract calculations, they're a research program, and research programs have structure, progression, and ultimate goals. Back at Baker Street, Holmes returned to the notebook with renewed focus, this time approaching it not as a cipher to be cracked, but as scientific paper to be understood. Watson watched him work through the afternoon and into evening, occasionally muttering observations, sometimes sketching diagrams that tried to visualize the mathematical relationships Moriarty had encoded. Dinner arrived and was consumed mechanically. Mrs. Hudson cleared plates with the resigned patience of someone accustomed to her lodger's eccentricities. The gas lamps were lit as darkness settled over London, and still Holmes worked, cross-referencing the notebook against maps of Europe's telegraph network, railway timetables, financial newspapers from various capitals. There, Holmes said finally, sometime past 10 o'clock, his voice carrying quiet triumph. Look at this series of equations. They describe optimal targeting for maximum systemic impact with minimum intervention. He's not interested in causing chaos for its own sake, but in identifying leverage points, places where small actions create disproportionate results. And these calculations suggest, he paused, rechecking his work, that his ultimate target isn't London at all. London's merely a testing ground, a known system where he can validate his model. His actual objective is something larger, more complex. What could be larger than manipulating London's financial markets? Watson asked. The entire European financial system, Holmes replied, his voice grim. Consider the context. It's 1891. Europe is interconnected economically but fragmented politically. The telegraph and railways have created unprecedented integration, but the systems aren't yet mature and aren't yet robust against sophisticated attack. Banks in different nations settle accounts through complex webs of trust and credit. A sufficiently large disruption in the right location could cascade across national boundaries, and Moriarty's calculations suggest he's identifying exactly where and how to create such disruption. Watson felt his mouth go dry. You're talking about financial collapse, not just theft but systemic failure. I'm talking about someone who understands that the greatest power isn't accumulating wealth, but controlling the systems that create and distribute wealth. If Moriarty can trigger a financial panic while positioning himself to profit from the chaos, buying assets at collapsed prices, acquiring controlling interests in destabilized institutions, he emerges not just wealthy but economically powerful on a scale that transcends ordinary crime. He becomes, effectively, a shadow government, pulling strings through financial leverage rather than political authority. The room felt suddenly colder despite the fire crackling in the hearth. Watson poured himself brandy, offered the decanter to Holmes, who declined with a distracted wave. "So what's our move? We can't exactly announce that a supposedly dead criminal mastermind is plotting to destabilize European finance. We'd sound mad." "We don't announce anything," Holmes said. "We investigate systematically, build evidence, and ideally prevent the attack before it fully materializes. The notebook suggests his research program requires several more experiments, testing variables around information propagation speed, measuring system resilience under different stress conditions, mapping interconnections between national banking systems. Each experiment will leave traces, create patterns. We watch for those patterns, intervene when possible, and use each intervention to refine our understanding of his ultimate plan." "That sounds like trying to catch fog in a net," Watson observed. "Apt metaphor," Holmes acknowledged with a slight smile. "But fog follows physical laws, temperature gradients, humidity, air pressure. Understand the laws and fog becomes predictable. Moriarty operates by mathematical laws of his own creation. Understand those laws and he becomes predictable. Difficult, yes. Impossible, no." A telegram arrived shortly after 11, brought up by Mrs. Hudson, who clearly wanted to suggest they get some sleep, but knew better than to try. Holmes opened it, read, and his expression darkened. "From Mycroft. There's been an incident in Brussels. Irregularities in interbank settlement between Belgian and German institutions. Nothing catastrophic, but sufficient to create uncertainty. And the timing," he checked notes, "matches predictions in the notebook for the next experimental intervention. Moriarty's accelerating his timeline, moving faster than I anticipated, which suggests either confidence that his model is accurate or pressure to complete his research program before variables shift." "Or both," Watson suggested. "Or both," Holmes agreed. He stood, stretching muscles cramped from hours hunched over papers. "We need to go to the continent, Watson. London is merely one node in Moriarty's network. To understand the full scope of his planning, we need to see the other nodes, the connections between them. Brussels first, then Vienna, possibly Berlin. Following his experiments as they occur, building our own map of his targeting logic." Watson thought of the comfortable bed waiting in his room, the prospect of normal sleep and normal mornings. Then he thought of Moriarty's letter, the mocking invitation to understand, the challenge implicit in every calculated crime. "When do we leave?" "Tomorrow morning. Early train to Dover, then the continent. Pack for extended travel. I suspect we'll be moving frequently, following the pattern of incidents across Europe. And Watson." Holmes turned from the window where he'd been gazing at London's nighttime sprawl, the million lights that represented millions of lives, all unknowingly depending on systems that someone brilliant and malevolent was learning to manipulate. "Thank you for continuing to follow me into situations that by all reasonable measure should have ended badly at Reichenbach, for trusting that this pursuit has meaning beyond my personal obsession with a nemesis who refuses to stay dead." "Someone has to keep you from getting killed through brilliant stupidity," Watson replied with affection that masked genuine concern. "Besides, if Moriarty succeeds in whatever he's planning, it affects more than just you. This is about preventing harm on a scale we're only beginning to understand." Holmes nodded, returning to his papers for final review before attempting to sleep. Watson retired to his room, packed a bag with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd done this many times before, and lay down knowing sleep would be difficult. His mind kept returning to the notebook, to calculations that described human systems as if they were clockwork, to a man who'd survived falling into thunderous water through sheer application of physics and willpower. Outside, London settled into its nightly rhythms, the distant sound of late carriages, the occasional policeman's whistle, the city's heartbeat continuing as it had for centuries, unaware that somewhere in the shadows, mathematical genius plotted its manipulation for purposes both intellectually fascinating and morally abhorrent. The game was indeed continuing, expanding beyond London to encompass an entire continent, and they were about to follow it into territory where the rules were still being written, where the outcome remained uncertain, where every move mattered, and mistakes could cascade into catastrophe, measured not in individual lives but in systemic collapse. Watson eventually slept, fitfully, dreaming of networks and nodes, of information flowing along invisible lines, of a spider at the centre of a web that spanned from London to Vienna to Berlin, patient and calculating, waiting for the moment when all variables aligned and the perfect crime could be executed with mathematical certainty. Tomorrow they would board a train toward that web's heart. Tonight they could only prepare and hope that Holmes's genius could match Moriarty's, that understanding could lead to prevention, that the game could be won before its true stakes became apparent to a world still blissfully ignorant of the war being waged in shadows and telegraph lines and the elegant, terrible mathematics of systemic manipulation. The morning train to Dover departed with the punctual indifference of British railways, steam hissing into grey dawn air that tasted of coal smoke and impending rain. Watson had managed perhaps 4 hours of sleep, his dreams populated by equations that twisted into spiderwebs and telegraph wires that hummed with sinister purpose. Holmes appeared equally unrested but energized by the prospect of pursuit, his lean frame vibrating with that peculiar intensity that emerged when intellectual challenge aligned with moral imperative. Their compartment smelled of leather and the previous occupant's pipe tobacco, a ghost of smoke that lingered like memory. Holmes had brought a valise filled not with clothes but with papers, maps, financial newspapers from various European cities, copies of the notebook pages, correspondence from Mycroft detailing the Brussels incident. These spread across the seat beside him, creating a portable investigation room that transformed the mundane space of rail travel into something charged with purpose. "Tell me about Brussels," Watson said as the train gathered speed, London's outskirts blurring past the windows in a procession of row houses and factory chimneys, the city's industrial spine visible before countryside reasserted itself in green abundance. Holmes selected a telegram from the pile, though Watson suspected he'd long since memorised its contents. An interbank settlement between the Banque de Bruxelles and Deutsche Bank encountered what officials termed a timing irregularity. Essentially, payment authorization arrived several hours later than expected, creating temporary uncertainty about whether funds would clear. The banks involved absorbed the confusion internally, preventing any public disruption, but traders who knew about the delay made profitable currency transactions betting on Belgian franc weakness. Sounds similar to the London Telegraph incident. Structurally identical, Holmes agreed. Create information asymmetry through controlled disruption. Profit from the resulting uncertainty. Let the system stabilise naturally while you've already captured the gains. What makes Brussels significant is the target selection. Testing cross-border settlement systems, measuring how international banking networks respond to strain. It's more ambitious than purely domestic manipulation, which suggests Moriarty's confidence in his model is growing. Watson watched the countryside scroll past. Fields of early summer green, sheep dotting hillsides like scattered thoughts. England at its most pastoral, so peaceful it seemed impossible that somewhere within this same civilization, intricate crimes were being orchestrated with mathematical precision. If he's testing international systems, what comes next? Larger disruptions? More countries involved? Likely both. His research program appears to be building complexity systematically, single city, single country, multiple countries, and eventually, I suspect, some intervention that spans the entire European financial network simultaneously. A perfect storm of coordinated disruptions that creates panic rather than mere confusion. Holmes lit his pipe, the familiar ritual of tamping tobacco and striking match, the cherry-sweet smoke adding to the compartment's aromatic complexity. The question is timing. How many more experiments does he need before attempting his ultimate objective? And can we identify the pattern quickly enough to prevent rather than merely respond? They reached Dover by midday, the white cliffs rising from grey water with that dramatic geological insistence that had defended England from invasion for millennia, but meant nothing to crimes conducted via telegraph. The Channel ferry bobbed in the harbour, sturdy and inelegant, designed for function rather than beauty. The crossing was rougher than their previous journey. Summer storms gathering over the channel, waves slapping the ferry's hull with rhythmic aggression that turned Watson's stomach and made even Holmes abandon his papers in favour of standing at the rail, breathing salt air and watching France emerge from the murk. Calais received them with rain, steady and soaking, the kind that settled in for duration rather than passing through quickly. They huddled in the station waiting room while connections were arranged, drinking coffee that tasted of chicory and watching other travellers shake water from coats and complain in French about the weather's betrayal of summer's promise. Holmes used the time to send telegrams to contacts in Brussels, to Mycroft in London, to an inspector in the Vienna police whose acquaintance he'd made during some previous case Watson only vaguely remembered. The train to Brussels departed late afternoon, carrying them northeast through Belgian countryside that looked perpetually waterlogged, fields of flax and wheat bending under rain's weight, farmhouses huddled against the weather as if apologising for their presence. Holmes had secured a private compartment through the judicious application of funds and his general disdain for unwanted company. Here he spread his papers again, studying maps that showed telegraph lines and railway routes crisscrossing Europe like veins and arteries, vital infrastructure carrying the lifeblood of commercial civilization. "Observe," Holmes said, pointing to Brussels on the map. "It's positioned at the crossroads of multiple major routes: Paris to Berlin, Amsterdam to Paris, London to Vienna. A disruption here affects traffic flowing in all directions. It's not the largest financial centre, but it's the most connected in terms of network topology." Moriarty's testing whether disrupting a highly connected node creates cascading effects in surrounding nodes. "And does it?" Watson asked. According to Mycroft's sources, yes. The Brussels incident created minor uncertainties in Amsterdam and Frankfurt trading, even though those cities weren't directly affected. Traders became cautious, questioning whether their own systems might experience similar delays. That caution reduced trading volume, which itself affects market efficiency. So a single disruption in Brussels dampened activity across multiple markets, exactly the kind of leverage point Moriarty's calculations predicted would exist. They arrived in Brussels as evening settled over the city, gas lamps reflecting off wet cobblestones, the grand place's gilded architecture glowing against darkening sky, with baroque extravagance that seemed designed to deny the very possibility of rain. Holmes had arranged accommodation at a modest hotel near the financial district, the kind of establishment that catered to travelling businessmen and asked few questions about guests who kept irregular hours. Their rooms were clean and functional, smelling faintly of lavender and old wood. Watson unpacked while Holmes immediately departed to meet a contact at the Banque de Bruxelles, someone Mycroft had arranged through diplomatic channels, a senior clerk willing to discuss the recent irregularity in exchange for assurances about discretion and a modest payment that Holmes dismissed as the necessary cost of information gathering. Watson used the solitude to bathe and change into fresh clothes, the simple luxury of hot water and clean linen, somehow making the pursuit feel more manageable, more grounded in physical reality rather than abstract mathematical conspiracy. He was reading a local newspaper, his French adequate to general comprehension if not nuance. When Holmes returned near 10 o'clock, his expression thoughtful. "The incident was more sophisticated than it initially reported," Holmes said, declining Watson's offer of brandy in favour of pacing, the small room like a caged predator. The authorization delay wasn't due to telegraph failure, but to a deliberately inserted false routing instruction. Someone with access to the bank's internal communication protocols created a message that appeared legitimate but directed the authorization request through an unnecessary intermediary in Luxembourg before reaching Deutsche Bank. That created the delay, hours spent routing through a third party who, when questioned later, claimed no knowledge of why they'd been included in the transaction chain. "So it wasn't infrastructure failure but deliberate misdirection," Watson summarized. "Precisely, and it demonstrates something important. Moriarty or his agents have penetrated banking communication systems, not through crude theft of passwords, but through understanding the protocols themselves, the logic of how financial institutions communicate. That level of knowledge requires either an insider source or meticulous study of banking procedures across multiple countries." Holmes stopped pacing, stared out the window at Brussels' rainy night. "We're not dealing with a criminal network in the traditional sense, thieves and enforcers and the usual apparatus of organised crime. We're dealing with what amounts to a research institution dedicated to understanding and exploiting systemic vulnerabilities. It's unprecedented, Watson, and it's brilliant in the most dangerous possible way." Sleep came easier that night despite the implications, exhaustion, and the sound of rain on windows creating a cocoon of temporary peace. Watson dreamed of banks and vaults, but they were constructed not of stone and steel, but of paper and promises, and a single match could burn them all to ash, while observers counted the flames mathematically, calculating optimal heat distribution and profit margins on destruction. Morning brought continued rain, and a telegram from Holmes' Vienna contact. There had been another incident, this time involving shipping manifests at the Danube port facilities. Cargo documentation had been altered in transit, creating confusion about which goods belonged to which trading houses, resolved only after several hours of cross-checking physical inventory against bills of lading. The incident seemed minor, quickly corrected, but it matched the pattern. Controlled disruption, information asymmetry, opportunities created for those positioned to exploit advanced knowledge. Vienna next, Holmes declared over breakfast of dark bread and stronger coffee than Watson preferred. We're following his experimental trail, documenting each intervention, building our own model of his research program. Eventually the pattern will reveal his ultimate objective, the culminating application he's building toward. They departed Brussels by midday train, heading southeast through the Ardennes forest, where medieval castles crumbled picturesquely on hilltops, and the rain finally ceased, replaced by watery sunshine that turned the landscape into something from a fairy tale rather than modern Europe conducting its business of industry and finance. The journey to Vienna would consume 2 days with an overnight stop in Munich, the distance too great for direct daylight travel. Holmes spent the journey in intense concentration, barely speaking, except to request Watson's observations on various aspects of the case. The doctor found himself serving as sounding board, occasionally offering thoughts that Holmes would either dismiss or incorporate into his developing theory with equal rapidity. It reminded Watson of their early days at Baker Street, before fame had made Holmes a public figure, when they were simply 2 men trying to understand London's criminal patterns through application of reason and careful observation. Munich greeted them with Bavarian efficiency, all clean streets and stolid architecture, a city that took pride in order and seemed affronted by the very concept of chaos. They stayed at a hotel near the Hauptbahnhof, the central station, where Holmes immediately sought out the telegraph office to check for messages. 3 awaited, one from Lestrade reporting more London incidents fitting the established pattern, one from Mycroft with concerning news about disruptions in Amsterdam's diamond trading, and one unsigned message that consisted simply of coordinates and a single word: hasty. Holmes stared at this last telegram for a long moment, his face cycling through emotions Watson couldn't entirely read. Anger, certainly, but also something that might have been reluctant admiration. "Moriarty," he said finally, handing Watson the paper, criticising our investigative pace, suggesting we're not keeping up with his experimental schedule, which means he knows we're following his trail and, rather than hiding his tracks, he's actively engaging with our pursuit. "Is that arrogance or strategy?" Watson asked. "Both. He's confident enough in his system's robustness that our investigation doesn't threaten him. We're observers in his laboratory, watching experiments unfold but lacking the understanding to prevent them. But he's also teaching, as his letter promised, giving us coordinates, presumably to his next intervention site, challenging us to arrive in time to observe directly rather than investigating the aftermath." Watson examined the coordinates. "Can you determine location from these?" "Vienna's second district near the Prater, not the financial centre. That's the first district, the inner Stadt. The Prater is an amusement park recreational area. What would interest Moriarty there?" Holmes pulled out a Vienna guidebook he'd acquired in Brussels, studied it with narrowed eyes. "Unless, Watson, the Prater hosts a major telegraph relay station. Not publicly advertised, but it's a node in the network connecting Vienna to Budapest and Prague. If he's planning to disrupt communications across multiple capitals simultaneously..." They took the night train to Vienna, both too agitated for sleep despite the comfortable berth-sleeping car. The train rocked through Austrian darkness while Holmes sketched scenarios, calculated possibilities, and tried to anticipate what experiment Moriarty intended to conduct that required their witness. Dawn found them approaching Vienna across the Danube plain, the great river reflecting pink sunrise light, the city emerging from morning mist with its imperial architecture, suggesting permanence that empires never quite achieved. Vienna was larger than Brussels, more elegant than Munich, carrying itself with the confidence of a capital that had ruled half of Europe for centuries and saw no reason to doubt its continued importance. The streets were already busy in the early morning, delivery wagons and tramcars, businessmen hurrying toward offices, the machinery of the empire conducting its daily business. Holmes led them directly to the Prater, the massive park stretching along the Danube's northern bank. The amusement area was mostly closed at this hour, the famous Riesenrad, the giant Ferris wheel, standing silent and somehow lonely against the morning sky. But Holmes wasn't interested in entertainment. He navigated through tree-lined paths to the park's eastern edge, where a nondescript building housed telegraph equipment, wires emerging from its roof like mechanical branches reaching toward connection with the wider world. "There," Holmes said, pointing to a figure on the building's roof, a telegraph worker apparently conducting routine maintenance, though the sun barely rose seemed an odd hour for such work. "That's either a legitimate employee or someone with excellent forgery of credentials. Either way, we need to—" The explosion was modest as explosions went, more flash and smoke than destructive force, but sufficient to sever several telegraph lines and send the rooftop figure scrambling down with suspicious speed. Holmes was already running, Watson following despite his leg protesting the sudden exertion, both men converging on the building as the worker reached ground level and bolted toward the park's maze of paths. "Stop! Police!" Holmes shouted in German, the lie justified by circumstance, but the figure didn't stop, didn't even slow, disappearing into shrubbery with the practiced ease of someone who'd planned escape routes as carefully as the sabotage itself. They reached the building to find telegraph operators emerging in confusion, smoke drifting from severed cables, the damage significant but not catastrophic. Lines could be repaired within hours. Holmes examined the roof access, the point where charges had been placed, the precision of targeting that had destroyed specific connections while leaving others intact. "Deliberate selection," he murmured. He severed communications between Vienna and Budapest, while leaving Prague connections intact. That creates information asymmetry. Traders in Vienna will hear Budapest news with delay while Prague information flows normally. Anyone positioned to know which markets are affected could profit substantially from that asymmetry. "But why invite us to observe?" Watson asked. "Why give us the coordinates if he didn't want to be caught?" "Because being caught isn't the risk, being understood is the objective. He's demonstrating his capability, showing us the precision of his interventions, and he's proving that even when we know where and approximately when, we still can't prevent the action. It's a message, Watson. We're not investigators in this scenario. We're audience to his performance, witnesses to genius applied to systematic exploitation." Vienna police arrived within minutes, summoned by the telegraph company, and Holmes spent the next several hours in bureaucratic conversation, explaining their presence without revealing the full scope of investigation, sharing enough information to be helpful without alarming Austrian authorities about international criminal networks they'd struggle to comprehend. By afternoon they were released, exhausted and frustrated, knowing Moriarty had demonstrated both his reach and their inability to stop him even with advance warning. They returned to their hotel. Holmes had secured rooms at the Hotel Sacher near the Opera House, the kind of establishment where exhausted investigators could at least enjoy excellent coffee and taut while contemplating failure. Watson ordered substantial lunch while Holmes brooded, staring at maps, recalculating probabilities, trying to find the angle they'd missed. "He's accelerating," Holmes said finally, setting down his untouched plate. "Brussels, Vienna, and according to Mycroft's telegrams, 2 more incidents today, 1 in Amsterdam, 1 in Frankfurt. 5 interventions in 4 days across 4 different cities. The experimental phase is concluding, Watson. He's gathered sufficient data. Whatever comes next, whatever his ultimate application of this research, it's imminent." "Then we need to determine the target," Watson said practically. "If we can't prevent individual experiments, we prevent the main event. Where would cause maximum disruption? What represents the ultimate test of his system?" Holmes pulled out a financial newspaper, pointing to an article Watson had overlooked. "In 3 days there's a major bond auction in Paris, French government debt being sold to international buyers, predominantly German and British banks. It represents the single largest financial transaction scheduled for this month, possibly this quarter. If someone could disrupt that auction, create uncertainty about the bond's value, manipulate the bidding process, control information flow between the various parties involved, the potential for profit would be extraordinary, and the systemic impact of a failed French bond auction would ripple across all of Europe, potentially triggering exactly the kind of financial instability Moriarty's model suggests he's interested in creating." "Paris," Watson said. "We need to get to Paris." "We need to get to Paris," Holmes agreed. "And we need to do so while Moriarty believes we're still in Vienna investigating his latest demonstration. Watson, pack quickly. We'll take the evening train through Munich and be in Paris by tomorrow night. And this time, we won't be an audience to his performance. We'll disrupt it, force him to adapt to the uncertainty of our creation, and turn his own methods against him." They departed Vienna as sunset painted the city gold, the Danube reflecting fire, the imperial architecture holding on to day's light as if reluctant to surrender to night. The train carried them west through Austria into Germany, Holmes spending the journey finalising plans, sending carefully worded telegrams to French authorities, and to Mycroft requesting assistance in Paris. Watson watched his friend work and felt cautiously hopeful. They'd been reactive throughout this pursuit, always a step behind Moriarty's calculations. But now they had a target and timeline, the advantage of knowing where the game would climax, even if they didn't yet know exactly how. For the first time since Reichenbach, they were moving toward confrontation, rather than merely responding to the aftermath. The train rocked through the night, carrying them toward Paris and whatever conclusion awaited. Outside, Europe slept under stars that cared nothing for human commerce, for mathematical genius applied to crime, for the invisible war being waged in telegraph wires and banking protocols, and the elegant, terrible calculations that described civilization as if it were merely another system to be understood and exploited. 3 days until the bond auction. 3 days to understand Moriarty's plan and prevent it. 3 days to prove that human ingenuity applied to good could match human brilliance corrupted to evil. The game was reaching its climax, and they were finally ahead of the inevitable rather than behind it. Paris received them with characteristic Parisian ambivalence, neither welcoming nor hostile, simply indifferent in the way that only truly cosmopolitan cities can manage, where 2 Englishmen arriving on the morning train were neither novelty nor concern, but merely additional threads in the vast tapestry of humanity that wove itself daily through boulevards and arrondissements. The Gare de l'Est exhaled them into morning light that had that peculiar golden quality unique to Paris, as if the city had negotiated special terms with the sun regarding illumination of its architecture. Watson breathed in coffee and bread from nearby cafes, the faint underlying scent of the Seine that permeated the city like a signature, and beneath it all that indefinable Parisian smell, a mixture of perfume and horse manure and coal smoke and flowers from window boxes, civilization compressed into olfactory complexity. Holmes moved through the crowd with purpose, navigating toward the cab stand with the certainty of someone who knew Paris as well as London, his time in France during the Reichenbach aftermath having apparently included thorough geographic familiarization. They secured a fiasco, the Parisian cab with its patient horse and driver who looked like he'd been born in that particular seat, and would die there, weathered and philosophical about the strange destinations foreigners requested. Holmes gave an address in the second arrondissement near the Bourse, Paris's stock exchange, where financial France conducted its daily dance of speculation and settlement. The hotel was modest, deliberately so, Holmes explaining that visibility to Moriarty's network meant choosing establishments where English businessmen commonly stayed, blending into the background of commercial travellers rather than standing out through either luxury or poverty. Their rooms overlooked a courtyard where a fountain burbled with mathematical regularity, pigeons conducting their endless negotiations over territory and breadcrumbs, the sounds of Paris muted by the building's thick walls into something almost peaceful, despite the city's energetic pulse just beyond the windows. "We have 48 hours, Holmes said, declining to unpack beyond extracting fresh papers and maps from his valise. "The bond auction is scheduled for Thursday morning, 10 o'clock at the Ministry of Finance. Mycroft arranged access for us as observers. The French government is cautiously interested in British concerns about potential disruption, though I've been deliberately vague about specifics. We can't simply announce that a supposedly dead criminal mastermind plans to sabotage their bond sale. We need evidence, or better yet, we need to prevent the disruption entirely." Watson settled into a chair by the window, suddenly aware of how many days they'd been travelling, how many trains and hotels and conversations in multiple languages, how far they'd come from Baker Street's comfortable certainty. "What's our approach? We can't guard every telegraph line in Paris. We can't monitor every person with access to financial communications. How do we identify Moriarty's specific plan from among infinite possibilities?" We narrow the possibilities through elimination and logic, Holmes replied, spreading a map of Paris across the bed. Consider what we know about his previous interventions. They're precise, targeted at specific communication nodes or processes. They create information asymmetry. Some parties know things others don't, creating advantage. And they're executed through legitimate appearing access. Forged credentials, insider assistance, exploitation of existing procedures rather than crude breaking and entering. Given those patterns, what would disrupting the bond auction require, Watson thought, applying the method he'd learned from years of association with this remarkable mind. The auction involves multiple parties, the French government selling, and various international banks bidding. Successful disruption would require either preventing bids from reaching the government, or altering bids in transit, or creating false information about bond value that influences bidding behaviour. Excellent. Now consider infrastructure. The auction itself is physical, conducted at the ministry, but the bids originate from banks across Paris and beyond. They're communicated via telegraph to the ministry, compiled by officials, announced publicly. The vulnerability points are the telegraph lines carrying bids, the ministry's receiving and compilation process, or the bank's internal processes for authorising their bids. Holmes traced routes on the map between major banks and the Ministry of Finance. Moriarty's previous interventions targeted communication infrastructure, telegraph lines, routing protocols. The logical target here would be either the main telegraph exchange that handles ministry communications, or the dedicated lines running from major banks to the government. Which means we need to identify those specific lines and monitor them, Watson said. Precisely. And we need the French authorities' cooperation to do so without alerting anyone that the auction is considered vulnerable. Mycroft's contact at the British Embassy has arranged a meeting this afternoon with someone from the Sûreté, France's detective force. We'll share enough information to get their assistance without revealing the full scope of what we're dealing with. The meeting occurred at 3 o'clock in a cafe near the Luxembourg Gardens, chosen for being public enough to avoid suspicion, but quiet enough for confidential conversation. Inspector Lefebvre was perhaps 50, with the sceptical face of someone who'd heard many theories and found most wanting, but his eyes held intelligence that suggested he might be convinced by sufficient evidence. Holmes presented a carefully edited version, concerns about financial crime, patterns observed across Europe, possibility of disruption targeting the upcoming auction. He showed some of the notebook's calculations, enough to demonstrate sophistication without revealing the full scope of Moriarty's research program. Lefebvre studied the papers, sipped his café au lait with deliberation that suggested thinking rather than drinking, finally nodded slowly. "We've been seeing unusual activity, small irregularities in telegraph traffic, unauthorized access attempts at financial institutions, nothing major, but the frequency has increased. We attributed it to ordinary criminal opportunism around a large transaction, but your evidence suggests coordination." His French accent made the words sound more elegant than their content warranted. "What do you propose?" "Surveillance on the primary telegraph exchange serving the Ministry of Finance and major banks," Holmes said. "Plainclothes officers monitoring physical access, logs of all traffic during the auction period, immediate investigation of any irregularities, however minor. Additionally, I'd like to inspect the Ministry's telegraph receiving room, understand the process, identify vulnerabilities, and perhaps recommend temporary security enhancements." "This can be arranged," Lefebvre said. "Though I must ask, you mentioned patterns across Europe. Are we dealing with an organisation, a network? The scale you're suggesting requires resources beyond ordinary criminals." Holmes chose his words carefully. "We're dealing with someone of extraordinary intellectual capability who has apparently spent considerable time studying financial infrastructure's vulnerabilities. Whether they work alone or through confederates, I cannot say definitively, but the threat is genuine, Inspector, and the timing is critical. If we're correct, the disruption will occur during the auction itself. Maximum impact, maximum confusion, maximum opportunity for profit." Lefebvre agreed to provide the requested support, departing with copies of some of Holmes's documentation and a promise to arrange the ministry inspection for the following morning. Watson and Holmes remained at the café ordering dinner, boeuf bourguignon and bread that managed to be both crusty and tender through some alchemy only French bakers understood, while watching Paris transform from business day to evening leisure, the streets filling with couples and families, the gas lamps beginning their nightly vigil against darkness. "Do you think the French will be sufficient?" Watson asked quietly. "The French will provide resources and authority," Holmes replied. "Whether that's sufficient depends on whether we've correctly identified Moriarty's approach. He's proven capable of adapting to surveillance, of working through legitimate channels that make detection nearly impossible. We're not trying to catch thieves breaking in. We're trying to identify anomalies in systems that are designed to appear normal even when compromised." They returned to their hotel as evening deepened into night, Paris taking on that magical quality it possessed after dark when architecture became silhouette against glowing sky, when the Seine reflected lights like scattered diamonds, when the city transformed from commercial centre into something approaching art. Watson stood at the window smoking a final cigarette before bed, watching the fountain in the courtyard catch moonlight, thinking about telegraph wires and financial infrastructure and a genius who'd survived death through mathematical calculation. Sleep came with difficulty despite exhaustion, his mind refusing to settle, running through scenarios and possibilities. In the next room, he could hear Holmes pacing, the familiar rhythm of restless thinking, of a mind that couldn't release a problem until solution emerged, or exhaustion forced temporary surrender. Somewhere past midnight, the pacing ceased, suggesting either Holmes had found an answer or had finally succumbed to biological necessity for rest. Morning brought grey skies threatening rain and a telegram from Lestrade, another London incident, this time affecting currency exchange rates through what appeared to be a false rumour about Bank of England policy changes. The pattern continued, the experiments ongoing even as the main event approached. It suggested Moriarty was either supremely confident or working with a larger organisation than Holmes had estimated. One man couldn't orchestrate actions simultaneously across multiple cities without considerable infrastructure. They met Lefebvre at the Ministry of Finance at 9 o'clock, the building representing French bureaucratic architecture at its most imposing, all columns and marble and that particular gravity that government buildings projected to remind citizens of the state's permanence and power. Inside, the telegraph receiving room was surprisingly modest, a long chamber with perhaps a dozen telegraph stations, each operated by a clerk who transcribed incoming messages onto forms that were then carried by runners to various offices for processing. Holmes spent an hour examining the room's layout, the security procedures, and the message handling protocols. He interviewed the chief telegraph officer about authentication systems, how they verified that messages came from legitimate sources, what safeguards existed against forgery or alteration. The officer was cooperative but clearly puzzled about why British detectives were so interested in routine government communications. "The system is secure," the officer insisted in careful English. "Each bank has unique identification codes. Messages are logged with timestamps. Any irregularity would be immediately apparent." "And if someone obtained a bank's identification codes," Holmes asked, "if they could send messages that appeared legitimate?" The officer's face showed troubled contemplation. "That would require either stealing the codes or having an insider at the bank who could access them. We assume such breaches are prevented by the bank's own security measures." "Assumptions," Holmes murmured, "are often where systems fail." They departed the ministry with Holmes looking thoughtful, his fingers drumming against his leg in that characteristic pattern that meant calculations were occurring. The weak point isn't the ministry's receiving process, it's authentication at the source. If Moriarty or his agents have obtained banks' identification codes, they could send false bids that would be accepted as legitimate. The ministry would have no way of knowing they'd been deceived until banks complained about bids they never submitted. "So we need to warn the banks," Watson suggested. "We need to do more than warn, we need to verify their security. But there are dozens of banks eligible to participate in the auction. We can't inspect them all before tomorrow morning." Holmes hailed a cab, gave the driver an address Watson didn't recognise. "However, we can focus on the most likely targets, the largest banks, those whose bids would represent the most significant portion of the auction. If Moriarty's goal is disruption, he'd target institutions whose absence or altered bids would most dramatically affect the outcome." They spent the afternoon visiting 3 major banks, Crédit Lyonnais, Société Générale, Banque de France. At each, Holmes spoke with senior officers about their auction participation, their security procedures for submitting bids, and their authentication protocols. At each, he requested they verify their identification codes had not been compromised, that their telegraph operators could be trusted, that their internal processes had not been infiltrated. The bankers ranged from cooperative to dismissive, with most leaning toward the latter. British detectives suggesting their security was vulnerable was apparently insulting to French institutional pride. But Holmes persisted, patient and methodical, until each agreed to implement additional verification steps for their auction bids, secondary confirmation via messenger, in addition to telegraph, direct communication with ministry officials to confirm receipt, heightened scrutiny of any unusual internal communications. By evening they'd done what they could through official channels. Holmes seemed unsatisfied, as if aware they'd addressed obvious vulnerabilities while missing something less apparent but potentially more critical. They took dinner at a small restaurant near their hotel, the kind of a local establishment that catered to neighbourhood residents rather than tourists, where the wine was honest and the cassoulet rich enough to qualify as sedative. "I feel like we're missing something," Watson voiced what Holmes's expression already communicated. "We've secured the ministry, warned the banks, and arranged surveillance. What else could he exploit?" "I don't know," Holmes admitted, and the admission was rare enough to be concerning. "Moriarty operates with mathematical precision, which means he's calculated something we haven't. Some variables in the system that we've overlooked or underestimated. The question is whether we'll identify it before he exploits it, or whether we'll only understand his approach in retrospect, after damage is done." They returned to the hotel near 10 o'clock, Paris settling into its nightly rhythms, the boulevard still populated but with different energy, less commercial urgency, more leisure and romance, the city embracing its reputation for beauty and pleasure after the workday's more serious concerns. Watson was preparing for bed when Holmes suddenly stood from where he'd been reviewing papers, his face transformed by realization. "Watson, the bonds themselves. We've been focused on communication and authentication, on preventing false bids or disrupted messages. But what if the attack isn't on the auction process but on the bond's perceived value? What if Moriarty's plan is to destroy confidence in the securities being sold?" Watson tried to follow the logic. How would that work? Consider, the bonds represent French government debt, backed by France's economic strength and political stability. Their value depends on investor confidence in France's ability to repay. What if, immediately before or during the auction, information emerged suggesting that confidence was misplaced? A financial scandal, a political crisis, revelation of economic weakness previously hidden, anything that made investors doubt French stability would cause them to reduce their bids or withdraw entirely. The auction would fail not because of technical disruption, but because nobody wanted to buy bonds they suddenly perceived as risky. "But Moriarty can't create actual political crises," Watson objected. "He doesn't need to create reality, only perception. False information, planted rumours, forged documents suggesting scandal or weakness, released through channels that appear credible, timed to impact the auction before verification could occur. By the time the truth emerged, the auction would be over, the damage done. And in the chaos of a failed bond sale, with prices cratering and panic spreading, someone positioned to profit from the collapse would make an enormous fortune." Watson felt cold settling into his stomach. That's diabolical, and nearly impossible to prevent. How do you guard against information that doesn't exist yet? You identify the likely channels for such information and monitor them obsessively. Financial newspapers, telegraph services, networks where market intelligence is shared, and you prepare to counter false information immediately with truth if possible. Holmes was already drafting telegrams, his handwriting fast and angular. "I need Mycroft's help. He has contacts in the French government and media. We need people positioned to respond immediately to any suspicious information released tomorrow. Financial journalists who can be trusted to verify before publishing, government officials prepared to issue denials if needed, market participants warned to be skeptical of last-minute revelations." The telegrams were sent via the hotel's night service, marked urgent. Holmes then composed messages to Lefebvre, to the British Embassy, to the banks they'd visited, warning about potential information attacks, requesting heightened vigilance regarding rumours or documents that might appear tomorrow morning. By midnight they'd done what they could, creating a defensive network to counter an attack whose precise form remained uncertain, but whose general shape had become visible through Holmes's analytical insight. Watson finally slept near 1 o'clock, exhausted beyond the point where anxiety could sustain wakefulness. His last conscious thought was wondering whether they'd anticipated correctly. whether Holmes's leap of logic had identified Moriarty's actual plan, or merely one possible plan among many, whether tomorrow would bring victory or merely another demonstration of how difficult it was to combat genius that had no moral constraints on its application. He dreamed of newspapers, their headlines writhing like snakes, words rearranging themselves into accusations and scandals, truth and lies becoming indistinguishable until even the paper itself seemed uncertain what it proclaimed. And somewhere behind the printing presses, a figure laughed, not cruelly but with genuine amusement, enjoying the chaos of information warfare the way a composer might enjoy a particularly complex fugue. Morning arrived too quickly, grey and damp, Paris waking to weather that matched the tension Watson felt coiling in his chest. Holmes was already dressed, reviewing final preparations, his face showing the intensity that preceded significant confrontations. They breakfast quickly, coffee and croissants consumed mechanically as fuel rather than pleasure, before departing for the ministry where the auction would commence at 10 o'clock. Lefebvre met them at the entrance, his expression grim. "We've had an interesting development. At 7 this morning, several newspapers received documents purporting to show that French military expenditures in the colonies have been significantly higher than reported to Parliament. The documents appear official, complete with genuine ministerial seals and signatures. They suggest the government has been concealing the true cost of imperial adventures, which would impact France's actual debt burden, and therefore the value of bonds being sold today." "Let me see them," Holmes demanded, and Lefebvre handed over copies. Holmes studied them with fierce concentration, examining paper quality, ink consistency, the subtleties of typography and layout. After perhaps 5 minutes, he pointed to several details. Forgeries. Excellent forgeries, but forgeries nonetheless. The seals are slightly off. Wrong colour mixture in the wax, suggesting they were cast from moulds rather than applied with genuine stamps. The signatures are traced rather than naturally written. See how the pen pressure is uniform, lacking the variations of authentic handwriting, and the paper, while good quality, is modern manufacture. These leaked documents, allegedly from 3 years ago, are written on paper produced within the last 6 months. "Can you prove that to the newspapers?" Lefebvre asked urgently. "They're preparing to publish, and once the information is public, true or false, it will affect the auction." "I can prove it to anyone willing to examine the evidence," Holmes said. "Get me to the newspaper offices immediately. We have—" He checked his watch. 90 minutes before the auction begins. Time enough, barely, to prevent publication if we move quickly. What followed was a frantic morning of cab rides between newspaper offices, Holmes presenting his analysis of the forgeries to sceptical editors, using every ounce of his considerable persuasive ability combined with Lefebvre's official authority to convince them to delay publication pending verification. Some were cooperative, recognizing the potential for being used to spread false information. Others resisted, seeing a major story slipping away, requiring threats of government action before reluctantly agreeing to wait. By 9:30 they'd visited 5 major publications, secured commitments from 4 to delay, and were racing back to the ministry where the auction was due to begin. The 5th newspaper, a smaller but still influential financial journal, had refused all persuasion, determined to publish what they believed was a legitimate scoop, regardless of Holmes's warnings about forgery. They arrived at the ministry at 9:55, breathless and anxious, pushing through crowds of bankers and government officials gathering for the auction. The Minister of Finance was about to begin opening remarks when an aide handed him a note, clearly the problematic publication, just hitting the streets, already causing whispers among the assembled bidders. The minister read, his face darkening, then looked up to find Lefebvre and Holmes pushing forward through the crowd. What followed was a rapid, tense conversation, Holmes explaining the forgeries, Lefebvre vouching for the British detective's credibility, the minister weighing whether to delay the auction or proceed despite the cloud of scandal now hovering over the proceedings. "If we delay," the minister said in English for Holmes' benefit, "the delay itself will fuel speculation. Markets hate uncertainty more than bad news. We proceed, but I will make a statement addressing these allegations directly, presenting Mr. Holmes's evidence of forgery and prosecuting whoever created these documents to the fullest extent of French law." The auction began 15 minutes late. The minister's opening remarks transformed into a defense of French financial integrity, a presentation of evidence regarding the forged documents, and a firm assertion that the bonds being sold were backed by the full faith and creditworthiness of the French Republic. Holmes stood at the side of the room watching the assembled bankers, trying to read their reactions to determine if Moriarty's information attack had been successfully countered or merely blunted. The bidding proceeded cautiously, but proceeded nonetheless. Banks submitted their offers, the amounts slightly lower than predicted. The scandal had created some doubt, had succeeded in reducing demand even though exposed as false, but the auction didn't fail catastrophically. France would sell its bonds, though at slightly worse terms than hoped, and the European financial system would continue functioning without the panic Moriarty had apparently intended to create. By noon it was over, the bonds sold, the bankers departing, the ministry returning to its normal bureaucratic rhythms. Holmes stood in the now empty auction chamber, his face unreadable. "We won," Watson said quietly. "We prevented his plan, saved the auction, and protected the financial system." "We mitigated his plan," Holmes corrected. "We didn't prevent it entirely. The forged documents still influence bidding and still cost France millions in additional interest they'll pay over the bond's lifetime. Moriarty achieved partial success despite our intervention. And more troubling," he turned to Watson, his grey eyes troubled. "Where is he? All this work, this elaborate scheme, and no appearance, no direct confrontation. He's remained invisible, untouchable, operating through intermediaries and mechanisms that leave no trail to him personally." As if summoned by being mentioned, a messenger arrived carrying an envelope addressed to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective, currently preventing poorly considered bond auctions. Inside was a single page, the handwriting immediately recognizable. "My dear Holmes, satisfactory, though not exceptional. You identified the information attack vector, perhaps 72 hours later than optimal, but sufficient to minimize damage. The French will recover, markets will stabilize, and you'll claim victory. Permit me to disagree with that assessment. What you prevented was one application of principles I've spent months perfecting. What you didn't prevent was my successful demonstration that these principles work. Every experiment I conducted, London, Brussels, Vienna, Paris, provided data confirming my model's accuracy. I now understand European financial infrastructure's vulnerabilities with precision that makes future exploitation trivial. The bond auction was never the ultimate objective, merely the most ambitious test case. You passed your test as well, proving capable of recognizing information warfare tactics, if not preventing them entirely. This makes you a worthy opponent for what comes next, though I suspect you're not yet ready to understand what next entails. I have no intention of confronting you directly in Paris. That would serve no purpose beyond satisfying your desire for dramatic confrontation. Instead, I'm returning to the shadows, to continue the work that your intervention has made only marginally more difficult. You've taught me where my model required refinement. Consider it a debt I acknowledge if not repay. We will meet again, Holmes, not here, not now, but when and where I choose, under circumstances calculated to maximum advantage. Until then, enjoy your partial victory. I'm told they taste almost like real ones, if one doesn't examine them too closely. Your devoted adversary, MPS. The coordinates are 48.86 2.3 farmed 20. My current location while you read this. By the time you arrive, I'll be gone, naturally. But the gesture seemed sporting. Holmes crumpled the letter, his face showing emotions Watson rarely witnessed. Frustration, certainly, but also something approaching despair. He was here, in Paris, watching us scramble to prevent his scheme, observing our methods, learning from our responses, and now he's vanished again, leaving only mockery and the promise of future confrontation. Watson placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. We saved the auction. We prevented financial chaos. That's not nothing, Holmes. No, Holmes agreed quietly. It's not nothing, but neither is it enough. Moriarty remains free, his network intact, his research complete. We've won a battle while he's positioned to win the war, and that, Watson, should terrify anyone who understands what it means. They stood in the empty chamber, surrounded by the trappings of French governmental power, knowing that real power, the power of information, of mathematical precision applied to exploitation, existed somewhere beyond these walls, in the mind of a man who'd survived death and emerged more dangerous for the experience. The game continued, and they'd just learned how far behind they truly were. The journey back to London felt longer than the miles warranted, as if disappointment possessed weight that slowed the train, as if the knowledge of partial victory transformed into partial defeat through the alchemy of retrospection. Holmes sat in their compartment staring at the French countryside that blurred past with indifferent beauty. Fields of sunflowers turning their faces toward afternoon light, villages clustered around church spires that had watched centuries pass with stone patience, the land itself unconcerned with human dramas of crime and prevention, genius and obsession. Watson had given up attempting conversation somewhere around Amiens, recognizing that his friend needed silence to process what had transpired in Paris, to reconcile the satisfaction of having thwarted Moriarty's immediate plan with the frustration of having failed to capture the man himself or dismantle his organization. The doctor occupied himself with reading French newspapers they'd collected, accounts of the bond auction that praised the government's handling of the forgery scandal, mentioned in passing the assistance of British investigators, and generally presented the event as minor disruption successfully managed rather than narrowly averted catastrophe. Channel crossing brought grey water and greyer sky, Dover's white cliffs emerging from mist like ancient sentinels greeting their return to England with stoic indifference. The transition from France to Britain felt like leaving the theatre and returning to ordinary life. Paris had been a stage where dramatic confrontations played out. London was home where consequences needed to be confronted, and life resumed its familiar patterns. Baker Street received them in late afternoon, Mrs. Hudson emerging from her quarters with a tea tray that suggested she'd somehow known to expect their return despite receiving no telegram announcing it. The room smelled of furniture polish, and that particular mustiness that accumulated when spaces sat unoccupied, dust settling and air growing stale despite windows left, slightly ajar for circulation. "Welcome home, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she said, setting the tray on the table with practised efficiency. "I trust your continental travels were productive." The hesitation before the final word suggested she'd learned not to assume success in their ventures, that productivity came in forms too complex for simple questions. "Educational, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied, accepting tea with a tired nod of thanks, though whether the education will prove useful remains to be seen. She departed with the discretion that made her an ideal landlady for consulting detectives, whose work often involved confidential matters and irregular hours. Watson poured tea for both of them, added the sugar and lemon Holmes preferred, and settled into his chair with the relief of being home after weeks of travel, multiple countries, countless trains and hotels and conversations in languages that weren't quite native even when understood. "What now?" Watson asked after they'd both consumed half their cups in comfortable silence. "Do we wait for Moriarty's next move? Continue investigating his network? Admit that chasing shadows across Europe is perhaps futile when the shadow has no intention of being caught?" Holmes set down his cup with deliberation that suggested the question deserved careful response. "We do what we've always done, Watson. We continue the work. Moriarty remains active, his organization intact, his research complete. That makes him the most dangerous criminal in Europe, regardless of whether we can currently touch him. We document patterns, we investigate incidents, we build evidence systematically until the opportunity for decisive action presents itself." "That could take years," Watson observed. "It could," Holmes agreed, "or it could take days. Moriarty's weakness, if he possesses one, is his need to apply his genius, to execute schemes that demonstrate his superiority. He won't remain invisible indefinitely. Eventually he'll attempt something ambitious enough that it creates vulnerabilities we can exploit. When that moment arrives, we must be prepared to act decisively." A knock interrupted further discussion. Lestrade entered, looking simultaneously relieved and troubled, carrying a folder Watson recognized as containing case files. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank God you're back. I received your telegrams from Paris. Understand you had some success with this Moriarty business, but we've had developments here in London that might interest you." Holmes gestured for him to sit, poured tea without asking if the inspector wanted it. Years of acquaintance having established that Lestrade always accepted tea at Baker Street, finding something comforting in the ritual after dealing with London's criminal chaos. What developments? The incidents we'd been tracking, the art thefts, financial irregularities, communication disruptions, they've stopped. completely ceased as of 3 days ago, right around when you were in Paris. It's like someone threw a switch and turned off criminal activity across the city. Well, not all criminal activity, obviously, but the coordinated, sophisticated stuff we'd been attributing to your professor's network. Holmes leaned forward, interest sharpening his features. Nothing? No attempts? No minor incidents? Complete silence? Complete silence. My first thought was they'd gone to ground, waiting for scrutiny to relax. But it's been 72 hours. In my experience, criminal organizations don't just stop operating unless something's forced them to. Leader arrested, major setback, internal conflict, something disrupts the pattern. Or, Holmes said slowly, the research program concluded. Moriarty's letter in Paris suggested he'd completed his experiments, gathered sufficient data. Perhaps the London incidents were never about profit, but about testing hypotheses. Once the test concluded and the Paris demonstration occurred, continued activity in London served no purpose and created unnecessary risk. Watson felt something cold settle in his chest. You're saying he's finished with London? That his attention has moved elsewhere? I'm saying his experimental phase has concluded, Holmes clarified. What comes next is application, using the knowledge he's gained to execute something more ambitious than individual thefts or market manipulations. Something that justifies months of preparation and the considerable risk of drawing attention from law enforcement across multiple countries. Lestrade looked between them, confusion evident on his weathered face. I feel like I'm hearing half a conversation. What exactly is this Moriarty planning? What's the ultimate objective that required all this preparation? Holmes stood, moving to the window where evening light painted Baker Street in amber tones, lamplighters beginning their rounds with a punctuality that made London streets navigable after dark. Inspector, if I knew that with certainty, we'd be preventing it rather than speculating about it. What I can tell you is that James Moriarty, formerly Professor of Mathematics, currently architect of criminal enterprise on an unprecedented scale, has spent months studying European financial and communication systems. He's identified vulnerabilities, tested intervention methods, confirmed that he can manipulate information flow and market behavior with mathematical precision. Whatever he plans to do with that capability will likely be spectacular, profitable, and potentially destabilizing to systems that millions of people depend upon for their economic security. Lestrade searched for words. That's terrifying. And you're saying we can't prevent it because we don't know what it is? Not yet, Holmes said. But Moriarty's methodology requires communication, coordination, and timing. When he moves, and he will move, his psychology demands application of his genius. There will be signals, telegraph traffic, financial transactions, movements of key personnel. We maintain surveillance on indicators, and when patterns emerge, we respond with everything available. Lestrade departed shortly after, armed with a list of specific things to monitor, unusual financial transactions, telegraph anomalies, any incidents matching the previous pattern even if they seemed minor. Holmes returned to his papers, reviewing everything they'd gathered over the past weeks, trying to find clues about Moriarty's ultimate objective hidden in the experimental data. Watson watched his friend work as evening deepened into night, as Mrs. Hudson brought up cold supper they barely touched, as London settled into its nightly rhythms outside their windows. The familiar sounds, distant carriages, occasional shouts, the city's endless conversation with itself, provided backdrop to Holmes's intense concentration, to the work of trying to understand a mind that operated by logic so pure it became its own form of madness. Near midnight, Watson finally spoke about what had been troubling him since Paris. Holmes, what if we can't stop him? What if Moriarty executes whatever he's planning and we're simply too late, too slow, too limited in resources compared to his organization? Holmes looked up from his papers, and Watson saw in his face something unexpected, not confidence or determination, but acceptance of uncertainty. Then we document what happened, learn from our failure, and do better next time. Watson, I'm not infallible. I've been wrong before, missed crucial details, and arrived at conclusions that proved incorrect. The difference between success and failure in this work is often merely luck and timing rather than superior intellect. What we can do is remain persistent, keep working on the problem, and refuse to surrender to the complexity of what we're facing. That's not particularly reassuring, Watson observed. No, Holmes agreed with something approaching a smile. But it's honest. And honestly, my dear friend, is what you deserve after following me into this rather quixotic pursuit across half of Europe. Moriarty may be the Napoleon of crime, as I've called him before, but even Napoleon was eventually defeated, not through a single brilliant stroke, but through a persistent coalition of adversaries who refused to accept his supremacy. We are building our coalition, Lestrade here in London, Lefebvre in Paris, contacts in Vienna and Brussels and Berlin. Each represents resources, authority, another set of eyes watching for patterns. When Moriarty moves, when he executes whatever grand scheme he's contemplated, he'll be facing not just us, but a network of dedicated professionals across Europe. Watson found that genuinely reassuring. Not false confidence, but recognition that they weren't alone in this fight, that institutions existed precisely to counter threats like Moriarty, even if those institutions didn't fully comprehend what they faced. So we wait, watch, and prepare. We wait, watch, and prepare, Holmes confirmed, and we live our lives, take other cases, refuse to let obsession with one adversary prevent us from doing the work we're meant to do. Moriarty would like nothing better than to occupy all my attention, to make me so focused on him that I neglect everything else. I won't give him that satisfaction. The following days settled into a routine that felt almost disappointing after the intensity of continental pursuit. Cases arrived via the Morning Post. A blackmail matter, a missing person, several thefts that proved unrelated to Moriarty's network, and were solved through ordinary detective work. Holmes approached each with his characteristic blend of brilliance and practicality, and Watson found himself grateful for problems that had definite solutions, for mysteries that could be resolved without chasing genius across multiple countries. Mrs. Hudson remarked that it was nice to have them home consistently, to have regular meal times and reasonable sleeping hours. Watson agreed, enjoying the return to Baker Street's comfortable rhythms, the violin music in evenings and breakfast conversations, and the familiar geography of London after weeks of foreign cities. But underneath the routine, awareness persisted, of Moriarty somewhere in the shadows, of plans continuing to develop, of the inevitable confrontation that would come when he finally deployed whatever he'd been building toward. It was like living under distant storm clouds, knowing rain would eventually fall but unable to predict exactly when or how severe the downpour would be. 3 weeks after returning from Paris, Watson woke to find Holmes already dressed and standing at the window, watching dawn paint the street in rose and gold, his expression thoughtful, but no longer troubled. "I've been thinking about legacy," Holmes said, without preamble, without turning from the window. "About what we leave behind when we're gone. Moriarty believes his legacy will be a perfected criminal system, elegant and self-sustaining. But systems require maintenance, human loyalty, continued brilliance to adapt to changing conditions. Without him, and he is mortal, Watson, despite surviving Reichenbach, his network will eventually collapse into ordinary criminality, chaos rather than architecture." "And our legacy?" Watson asked. "Truth persistently pursued, problems methodically solved, small victories that accumulate into something larger than their individual components. We won't change human nature, won't eliminate crime or prevent all injustice, but we can solve what's solvable, help who's helpable, maintain civilization's defenses against those who would exploit its vulnerabilities. That's perhaps modest compared to Moriarty's grandiose ambitions, but it's real and sustainable and actually matters to people whose lives we touch." Watson joined him at the window, watching London wake to another day of commerce and crisis, beauty and banality, the endless human drama playing out in streets that had witnessed centuries of similar mornings. "That's a good legacy," he said simply. "It is," Holmes agreed, "and it's one we'll continue building, one case at a time, one prevented crime at a time for however long we're able. Moriarty has his mathematics and his networks. We have truth and persistence, and the support of decent people who believe justice matters. In the long game, Watson, I'll take our advantages over him." Baker Street stirred to morning life. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps downstairs, the street filled with delivery wagons and early workers, pigeons claiming their territorial rights on windowsills and rooftops. The city continued its ancient rhythm, and within it, 2 men continued their work of understanding darkness in service of light, of opposing genius corrupted through genius applied to good. The shadow remained, would always remain in some form, crime being eternal as long as humans possessed both intelligence and moral flexibility. But shadows required light to exist, and Holmes and Watson would continue providing that light, patient and persistent, for as long as strength and will endured. The game would continue, but they were in it for duration, not just dramatic confrontations. And that, perhaps, was ultimately how such games were won, through refusal to surrender, through commitment to work even when victory seemed distant, through faith that persistence mattered even when genius opposed it. London woke fully now, and they turned from the window to begin another day of that work. That persistence, that faith in truth's ultimate power over even the most elegant mathematical evil. The story continued, as stories do, pages turning toward futures unknown, but approached with courage born of experience, friendship tested through adversity, and quiet confidence that morning always followed night, no matter how dark the shadows grew before dawn arrived. That's our story tonight. Perhaps you're drifting beneath the peaceful skies of Cairo, the soft ocean breeze of Auckland, the warm evening glow of Madrid, or the quiet riverside calm of Hanoi. If this tale brought you comfort, like the episode, and subscribe for more nights filled with gentle serenity. Let the silence wrap around you. Let your thoughts float lightly. Let your dreams open like soft lanterns in the dark. Sleep peacefully now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.